Game started. Alright. So, last time off in D&D, you, being squad, have released a god upon the world, which then vanished and left you behind to your own devices. You decided to go and explore the world now, both during the Fivenit and with ancient god released upon it, which can only be good. Upon doing that, you found out that your manor has been quote-unquote attacked by some sort of aberration that was not there last time I checked, and yet it was there now. Apparently there are purple eyes around watching over things, and they seem to show randomly and sporadically. Then you return to the Saint settlement, where you decided to go and explore and figure out how this what is working with this land and how and why it's floating and how that works. And after some experiments, you found out that there seems to be some sort of gravitational field around the island that keeps it afloat and catches things if they are close enough to it. You also found out that there's a waterfall of sorts coming out of the northeast side of this floating mass of land, which just seems to keep going. And after one whole day of watching this whole thing go on, you also figured out that the underground lake does not seem to be running out. It seems to be at the same level, which is odd, but is thus far unexplained. Furthermore, as you were exploring the surface, you found out that there are gigantic creatures roaming around, some other creatures that have not been seen in ages, like aurochs and size of a field mouses, rats. And on top of that, also there seems like creatures from other planes decided to make a quick stop here in the material plane and run experiments, such as a group of hags that you quickly and swiftly dealt with, to no real detriment of your party, almost. And then, finally, you decided to return to the Saint Fidine village, report your findings, and chill out for the rest of the day, whereupon you found a possible new companion, a small lizard-like creature with the power to heal wounds, called a Bobo, which made you ponder if bringing back Cosme and all the magic that surrounds it was a good call or not. And that is where we left off. So, Bean Squad, you did a lot of stuff, and then you spent the rest of the day doing some other downtime activities, trying to get things, well, pursuing your own devices, or with teaching Saphira how to fly and whatnot. At the end of the day, however, all of you got back somewhat tired, somewhat exhausted from a whole day of doing things, and all of you went and had a long rest, sleeping once again in the Temple of Healing here in the Saint Fidine City. And thus you woke up the next day in sort of a samey sort of environment and situation. You're still in the Saint Fidine City, people are still kind of cramped together, lots of humans and other surface dwelling races in here, but aside from that, the day is yours. So, Bean Squad, what are you doing?
probably going to wait until later to pester Fel. I mean, everyone just woke up.
Yep. Actually, to rephrase that, what I mean to ask is, for the whole day today, since there's no immediate objectives for you to pursue, what are you doing as part of your downtime activities and such?
Flint already went to speak to Mara about the enchantment for the bracers and making it more permanent. So I guess the only thing Flint's going to do, aside from pestering Fel, is try and reinforce the rifle that seems to break all the goddamn time.
Reinforce it, by which you mean...
Try and make it less fragile, because it seems to break a lot in battle.
It's tricky, but could be done in theory. You suppose you could, using the knowledge that the same thing I have about metals to a degree, and the congregation of surface dwelling people who also have some experience in smithing, to, and since nobody has anything better to do with their times, might as well help you test your rifles. You find a bunch of people who seem interested enough in trying this new rifling technology that you seem to have brought up. So go ahead and make a tinkering check with intelligence.
With intelligence, got it.
Yep.
Somehow you made it more fragile.
Womp womp.
You look around, talk to people, try and get something something going and working. You'll spend about 50 gold pieces, kind of paying off people to produce some all sorts of weapon barrels to your very precise specifications, and people do their best to try and get that going, but on the end of the day, none of those many barrels you had these people manufacture provided anything better than what you already have.
Well, shit.
And that would have taken the better portion of the day, just trying to get that going. So mark off that you spent about 50 gold pieces just trying to get this going. And
I have.
about the enchantments, Mora and some other symphony, they are working on it. They told you they would be done by the end of the Fivenit.
Yep, that's why I'm not gonna pester them unless they ask for any assistance, or I know the old man that made the bracers to begin with asked for stories and trade, so I'm sort of expecting that. Otherwise, I'm not gonna go pester them.
Alright. So that's how you spend your day, Flint.
Until Fel comes around so I can start pestering him, but yeah, that's my day.
Okay. And Graf, you're looking for Draken.
Yes. Grath is going to ask Draken, can we go check on Knowles in Bach? You have magic helm thingy that lets us travel, and we could go and see if Knowles okay.
Sure, I have enough for a round trip today. How long are we gonna be? Because I want to continue working on the book with,
Not long.
Noctur's
Just
gonna...
see how they are.
Okay, Noctur's gonna be okay without me for like an hour?
I have some business I could attend to.
I mean, he's
Okay.
been okay without us for his entire life.
I'm asking because I was helping him decipher the book. That's all.
I'll likely take a break.
Yeah, like
while you're-
transcribe it. Yeah.
I mean, if we're all going to be traveling to see these gnolls and go to Bach, I mean, yeah, it's probably best that we all go because the Fivnit, as we've seen before, does not pull any punches.
Do you want to come and see the Knowles doctors?
I think I would prefer to attend to my own devices for a moment. Just try and not be too long so we can continue work.
Okay. Okay, I think it's just gonna be me and Grath and Matthias. We're just gonna do a
You
quick pop in,
know,
pop
I am
out.
not leaving you to your own devices. Even with Graf, who I trust a lot, I'm not letting you go running around the world alone.
Dracon's gonna scratch his chin, such a sweetie.
It's not that, it's that he doesn't trust you.
So the three of you gather around and start the ritual to go to Bach.
Yes, I use the helm to transport us to Bach.
Okay. Assuming the helm itself is your memento from Bach.
Yes.
It was there for a while.
Okay. Fair enough. So
I'll pick up a rock or something from there just to make sure.
Do you want my trinket that I bought so you can actually get back?
Oh yes, I will take that.
Oh, it's good. So you borrow Lilith's trinket, then the three of you gather around once again. An arcane wind whooshes you away, whisking you to the city of Bach. As soon as you land, it's completely dark. Despite being about 10 in the morning, about noon, it's dark, entirely dark, and except for some light in some houses, it feels like midnight, but it isn't. And as you look, as you look,
Graf touches Dracum and gives him dark sight, dark vision.
Thank you.
there you go.
Dark side is something completely different.
Yes.
So as you look around, you do see that there's nobody in the streets.
Are there gnolls in the streets?
Nope.
Good.
I'm sure that means that everyone is taking cover, which is good.
Maybe we can find the guard captain, the one that was going to help, or Summerlad.
Yeah, let's see if we can find them.
All right. So you look around for a while. Make an investigation check, Draco.
Do I get advantage at all, or just straight check?
Nope. Straight check.
13.
Alright. It's easy enough for you to find someone in the city. It's just that everyone's hunkered up inside. And you do find a guard. Nobody that you recognize from before. But this guard, he explains to you the situation that there was this Azimar cleric who came back, helped some of the gnolls, and then all the gnolls banded together. Those who could band together in any way, and along with the goblins and the other races, and they, along with some guards, like pretty much the whole of them started marching down towards Frontberg as a group days ago, before the Fivnit even started, following this Azimar cleric.
Good, summer lad's taking them somewhere safer.
Yep. So
Indeed.
the people that remained in Bach, according to this guard that explains the situation, it's just the people who owned these houses and don't want to let them go. Some of the militia who's who was kind of preparing to go to Londonland in case anything ever happened, but never really gotten a word or response on whether or not they should still be there, go to Londonland, and what they should do. So they decided to hunker down in the city for the Fivnit.
Just gonna ask him, you didn't hear anything from Londonland at all? Just curious.
Not really, no. They didn't hear anything from Londonland.
Okay. No news is good news. I will tell him that the city should be liberated by the Fivnit, but they should send the militia north just to clear out any cultists.
After the Fivnet.
Yeah, obviously after the Fivnit. That goes without saying at this point. Nobody's traveling during this.
Okay, so you relayed those messages to them. This guard specifically, at first he seems confused as to why this random wolf person is telling him these things. And
We were the advanced force.
Yeah, it takes him some time to recognize who you are before he goes like, okay, and starts listening closely and with attention to everything that you're saying, getting ready to relay some orders as soon as he can, to send people to Londonland, a big force rather, to Londonland to take down cultists, quote unquote, and yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Aside from that, he doesn't know much else about the Knolls, the Knolls and the and Summerland. Aside that, most of the Knolls, well, pretty much all the Knolls went to Frostburg along with the goblins and the other races, where there are walls to keep them safe.
Summerlad will keep them safe too.
I was just gonna say, Summerlad will keep them safe. Good to know he's doing some good.
Yes.
So the guard just nods, and yep, he has received the message.
At least it doesn't look like anything's happening here. Considering this was a walled city, at least people inside can be barricaded and blocked in with the city walls and everything. So they'll be safe here for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, a place like this usually prepares.
In doing good, my mind is now at ease.
So, what do you guys do next?
Ready to head back?
Yes.
We're gonna teleport back to the Symphodine City because I can't say the name of it.
Alright, so you produce the trinket that you borrowed from Lilith, focus on the helmet, and some arcane wind whooshes you again all the way back to the Symphodine settlement that is now floating in the air, bringing Graf and Matthias back along with you, and no one else.
Yep.
Kidnap the guard.
Just like that.
No.
No!
Just grapple him and bring him with you. Come on.
We're not grapplers.
So,
Betty, wanna come with and help me and Noctis with some transcribing?
Actually, Do you mind if I borrow your bestiary book? I feel like I need to read up on some of the critters of the world, past and present.
Sure. I'll lend him the finished copy.
Yeah, so I'm gonna probably spend the day reading and going through Dracon's book.
Can you show me as well, Matthias?
Sure. Isn't that book in a language only Nocturus can read at the moment?
Oh no, this was the book Dracon was working on from. He got it from his brother.
Oh, okay.
This is a different book.
Not your book. No. This is a different book.
Okay. Is that Bestiary? And I'm like, the new one?
No, it's the
No.
old. It's the old one.
It's
It's the one
Guild
before
book.
the release of Cosme.
Okay.
So, Matthias and Graf, the two of you go to goddamn motorcycles. Go and spend the remainder of the day just studying this finished version of the bestiary that you didn't get to look too closely in the old bestiary that Dracon got from his older brother. Aside
No,
from
we never had.
yeah, aside from some once in a while when Dracon was busy transcribing things, you could see that it was very the sketches, the drawings were very hastily drawn. The inscriptions were did not have the best calligraphy. It was just a mess to look at, and apparently had belonged to several other persons, and everyone made notes in their own way. So now this transcription that Dracon has done is much better to read, to understand, and to get in general. So reading through this book, you get a sense of how you would go about hunting all those creatures that this book is illustrating. Which ones you would avoid, which ones you would be able to face alone on your own, which ones you would not. And as the day goes by, the two of you exchange ideas and stories about the hunts you went on, Graf and Matthias, complementing knowledge from this book, and it's a nice bonding experience for the both of you.
I'm just gonna say, you also notice that Dracon's handwriting is nice, but not much better. Like it's legible, but it's kind of messy.
Proficiency.
It is,
I am not a calligrapher.
It is consistent at least, so that's good. So that's what you do for the majority of the rest of the day, Graf and Matthias. Meanwhile, Nocturus, what were you up to?
Well, they were out teleporting away, and they said they'd be gone for an hour, so Nocturus would have just gone with that assumption. The path to the tomb with all the almighties, that has been pretty cleared out of enemies and such from what we saw when we walked through last, right?
Yes, the path to the tomb, despite not being there not being any Symphony over there because of how far away it is from the village and other stories, it's pretty clear. It's kind of doesn't really smells nice because nobody bothered to clear it up after so much killing and murdering. But yeah, it's clear enough. You can go back and forth on your own if you would like to.
Yeah, I'd like to go to the room where we were before with Iglobeth's sarcophagus.
All right, all right. It is a long-ish walk. It takes you a little bit more than half an hour, almost a whole hour, just to get there. But you do.
All right. Noctris is going to pull out his vial of holy water and stick some lit incense into it, the base of it. And he is going to lean with his back against the sarcophagus, look up to the ceiling to close his eyes, and cast Commune.
All right.
As a ritual, or are you spending a spell slot?
Roll20 isn't showing me. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I can cast as a ritual. That takes 10 minutes, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so he'll cast it as a ritual.
All right. You cast as a ritual the commune spell. Whom are you trying to commune with?
I'm trying to contact Iglebeth.
All right. Sorry, I'm having the worst coughing fits today. So it takes a while for you to prepare the whole ritual, everything that you have at hand, and you concentrate on Iglebeth, the deity you have dedicated a lot of your service to. Studied very persistently and diligently, and focusing on all those teachings, all those lessons. You think of Iglebeth, especially easier to visualize Iglebeth now after so many close encounters with it. And after a while, you just feel a presence around you, Noctris. You can't see anything, but you just feel like Iglebeth is there, listening to you.
All right. For my first question, my lord, did the cultists move your body here?
You hear a very eerie whistling and wind blowing inside this very cramped dungeon, and in this wind you feel whispers that just say yes.
Doctor's going to take a very deep breath and is going to ask, is there something that you wish for me to have or see that's in your sarcophagus?
The wind, as it keeps swirling around you, it gets a little bit colder, and it just says no.
All right. For his last question, it's, do you wish for your body to be back among the others in the main tomb?
The wind blows. You feel a contrasting breeze. At times it is cold, but at times it is warm. It takes a while. And for a moment you think that this question wasn't heard, or that Iglebeth does not have an answer, but just as the wind starts stopping and dwindling down, you just hear the very soft whisper of a no as the spell ends, and you no longer feel this presence around you.
All right. Doctor's going to just pull out his little booble. Gonna say, it's all right, my little Nova. He may just need more time. And he's going to kind of just smile and cuddle them close to himself and stay there for a couple minutes before heading back.
All right. So, Noctris, as you are walking back, you get once again a very faint feeling that you're being watched. And
Going to look around.
Yep. As you look around, you don't see anything really. But even though this spell has ended, you still feel a presence around you. Like Eaglebeth still lurks close to you.
Doing good so far.
And as you as you feel this presence around you, it seems to whisper very softly against you, your ears, and it's eerie. It's completely immaterial, but you feel at ease and in peace as you hear the voice of your lord. My champion, what bothers you?
I know that your lady hurt and betrayed you all those years ago. And it pains me to see you separated from them. I think you deserve your place among them.
You, my champion, are also separated very, very far away from the tomb of your beloved. And yet, you're not reuniting yourself.
My lord, I carry her with me everywhere.
And so do I. With that, the voice and the presence dissipates, and you can't help but to feel a little lighter as you walk after having heard from Eaglebeth itself. Apparently, having gotten a very conclusive answer from him.
Alright, I'm going to head back and probably know that I took a little longer than I initially planned and try and hurry to get back to Dracon.
Alright. Unfortunately, Noctis, as you go back, Dracon has already returned with the others, and Dracon is just there, reading through the books alone.
I mean, I'm spell checking right now while I'm waiting for him.
I'm just going to sit down at the table. My apologies. I had business to attend to.
It's fine.
And yeah, I'm just going to continue transcribing.
Okay. So the two of you, Dracon and Noctis, spend the remainder of the day just transcribing this book of older, more arcane creatures. Does either of you have proficiency with calligraphy supplies?
Nope.
No, but Nocturus is canonically pretty good at writing notes.
Alright, so... Okay.
Like, I'm gonna have the copies taken to a proper scribe. This is more getting it translated.
Yeah, we ain't making something fancy. We're just making something legible.
Neither of you has proficiency with painter supplies, do you?
I don't think so. I think my only tool proficiency is these tools.
I've only got these tools, jeweler's tools, and a poisoner's kit. The only one who is even be close to having any type of writing implement is Lilith.
Okay. I ask more so because I would imagine that as you get close to the entry of the bubbles, it's really tempting to try your hand at drawing the bubble, especially since you have one with you. Alas, none of you are proficient enough with drawing to...
I mean, we could do a rough sketch.
Yep, you could try.
Would it be a dexterity check?
Yes, it would be a painter's supply or calligrapher supply with dexterity.
I don't even have those.
I don't either, but I can just do a general dexterity check if you want, just to see if I can.
Alright. So sure, go ahead, make a dexterity check, Draken. You don't get your add proficiency. As Noctis tries to hold the bubble in place as steadily as possible as you make a quick sketch.
Oh,
Nope. It's a stick figure.
Noctis shoots him a dirty look because he didn't do the booble justice.
I am not an artist.
It's
He
tricky.
hides his booble. He hides Nova's face.
It's very tricky because the bubble isn't very acquainted with either of you yet, so it keeps trying to wriggle around as you keep it, try to keep it from running away, and as it also keeps wriggling around every once in a while, the scales on its back also keep shining in different colors, and all of which just serves to confuse you, Drake, and you're very unsure of what to do and how to go about this. And at some point you decide to just do a general sketch, but as the bubble's head keeps looking and spinning around, you decide to go for a more simple drawing, which in the end looks more like just pretty much just a head with a smile and a long body with the legs. You could look at this and say it is a six-legged lizard, but that's about it.
I'm going to look at him and be like, maybe we should pay someone to do this. just the artistic aspects. I don't think we're equipped for this.
After which point you decide...
There it is. It's on the map. What I tried to do.
You forgot the smiley face.
His back legs are so fat.
Kinda like that, yeah. You...
I am not an artist.
That's more or less how it goes. You try to make a bubble, but there just ain't much you can really do. And you decide to give up for the day and just focus back on transcribing your notes. And with that, is Hentai doing anything special?
Probably not.
Alright. Okay. How about Fel and Lilith?
Well, I was gonna talk to Fallon, try to learn some of his backstory, but he's currently muted because he said he had a phone call and we were doing some talking in chat.
Alright.
Well, until that happens, I'm going to pester Flint with my invisible mage hand.
Alright. So, Fel and Lilith, I would say that you spend a big portion of the day talking, sharing a little bit more about yourselves, uh, getting better acquainted with one another. Not so much in a we're battle companions sort of sense, but more so in a we're partners and we're together sort of sense. And yet, have a quote unquote date today, getting to learn more about one another. And then Drake and hijinks ensue.
It is kind of a date, isn't it?
Pretty much. We're sitting around talking, and I'm asking you to tell me about your family and your home.
Yeah. I'll take it. First date.
So tell me about your family and your home.
I mean,
Since we're down to already said my father and my mother. There is my older brother, and he is more the brute force type. His name is Ven. He's quite some years older than me. He's more into using weapons and large swords. He focused more time building himself to be strong with weapons and try and challenge to be the new clan chieftain. Or at least that's what he was working on before everything happened. He's more of a skilled combatant with weapons, where I was one of strength of body. I didn't want to have to be reliant on weapons, or I found ways to adapt, make myself stronger inside. But
There is something to be said for physical strength, but mental strength can be important as well. For some reason, I never pegged you as the younger sibling type of person.
Well, I had a lot to live up to. Father's a former chieftain, older brother's trying to be chieftain, mother was very skilled huntress. I didn't want to be seen as the runt, as the weakling of the family. I had to uphold our name. So
It must have been a lot of pressure.
I did without weapon. And I got really good at it. And there's my younger sister.
No, you had a sister.
She passed partially due to negligence. There was a heavy rain one year, and our river flooded, and she got caught in that and did not know how to swim. And I couldn't do anything to help her but watch her get swept away.
It's almost impossible to fight against a force of nature like that. It was a tragic event, but one that happened.
But I, as the older brother, the older sibling is supposed to look after the younger sibling. My brother looked after me, and I was tasked with looking after her. I got distracted and looked away for a moment, and she wandered. So I blame myself.
You can't blame yourself for a natural disaster happening.
Natural disaster, no. I was supposed to be strong for her. I was supposed to watch her.
You can't keep eyes on every. There's a lot that goes
I
on
could
that
do
I
nothing
don't.
to save her as well.
I'm sure you did what you could, Fel.
This is all stuff I'd never really talk about with anyone.
And it means that you're willing to tell me. And like that, he's gone.
He poofed. So.
And he's back.
Oh, there you go. And he's muted.
But if we're gonna walk the same path, then I feel you should know. I will not let that happen to you.
I won't let it happen to you either. And I do want to walk the same path. You must be excited to go home to finally finish this task you set out to do so long ago.
I almost feel bad for being distracted. There are moments where I didn't think of my family. Not once. It was my whole point to coming out here, and I got so enamored. I got coming to know everybody here to you.
We wrapped you up in our business. If it's not your fault that you've been away so long, if anything, it'd be my fault that you've been away so long, because I'm the one back at the house who told you that we'd get to it after the Fivnet. And if there's tragedy because of that, then it's my fault because I'm the one who said that. And I'm the one that everybody followed when it came to that decision. It wouldn't be on you.
Well, we're soon to take care of the business that I set out a long time ago. I'm only wondering how things have changed or if it's too late.
As long as some other people are still alive, no matter what has happened, it's not too late, and there's things that we can do to help them. And I know I am willing to stay there as long as it takes to get this done. And I'm sure everyone else will as well, because they made that promise to you.
And I know you'd be the type to hold it. I just want this whole thing to be over.
It will be. Soon. We'll finish this.
Yeah. I know I'm fairly inexperienced when it comes to this kind of gestures to the whole air. You're really the first person I've ever felt any sort of attraction to. But it's fun, I guess, to expose this new territory.
It's definitely an adventure. I've heard some people say that a romantic partnership is the greatest adventure there is, filled with pitfalls and setbacks and arguments and rewards and companionship and treasured times together, and it's something that's new to me too. I've never really been in much of a serious relationship myself, so it's an adventure for both of us.
It still bothers me. My father wouldn't say what he did to win over my mom.
I think what you need to do for someone to win someone over is different for each person that you're trying to win over. And maybe he didn't tell you so that you would figure out what you need to do that you're aiming for rather than attempting to just repeat what he's done.
So I want a sense to be better than my father.
Better, different, your own way.
That makes more sense. Thank you.
Anytime.
We should do this more. You should
Yes,
tell
we
me
should.
about your later.
There's not much to tell, really. Not that I haven't already.
Well, we'll see.
Well, you got a question, I can always answer it. Try to, anyway.
Maybe in poor taste, but the horns, did they ever bother you?
Sometimes. I don't know what other types of people you saw in your village, but where I'm from, there's not a lot of people with vibrant colored skin and horns and sharp teeth and tails around, and they're not always trusted when they are around. So, when I was younger and they started growing in, it did bother me a little, but children can be cruel when they're growing up if they find enjoyment from picking on others for some reason. And, being descent of fiendish blood, as tieflings are often told they are, is an easy point of being picked on.
Should anyone try that now, I will not.
Well, I had my fair share of fights about it too, so it stopped them saying it to my face, but it doesn't really stop the whispers behind your back.
Well, I have better hearing than you, so maybe I could help with that too.
Maybe. Luckily, nobody seems to have done or said anything about it on our adventures here, other than that one halfling who tried to knife me in a bar.
I didn't really know a lot of you back then. And I do apologize. It's difficult for me to trust people.
I understand that. It's been difficult for me to trust people as well, but when people start putting your life on the line for you, it becomes a lot easier to trust them.
I think we should check back with the others and sometime.
Yeah, we should probably stick together. We're gonna need to regroup in a few days, and this is a whole new world now that Cosme's released.
So, Fel and Lilith, you two, after talking about your feelings and everything else, I would like the both of you to make a perception check. Because that's always a fun thing to ask people to do.
6.
Incredibly.
I am not paying attention to anything.
I mean, if it's hearing, Fel has advantage. Well, that's insight, not perception.
Oh, give the poor guy a break, he's on the phone.
Better.
Alright, so Fel and Lilith, as you're talking, really sharing with one another, Fel, you look up and you notice there seems to be a purple eye across the surfaces of these inner caves, watching you intently.
Can I throw a dart at it?
Sure.
I don't.
I mean, we know what happened last time we threw something at the eyes.
Yeah, I was about to say, last time we did something, a giant worm tried to eat us.
Sure.
Should I throw a dart at it?
Make an attack roll with your darts.
Do what you want.
So
Where are they?
okay, 24. So Fel, as you're just having a good time with Lilith, you notice this dart, and you just flick it at it with incredible monkish precision, and the dart seems to hit the eye in the very center, like perfectly in the center, but the eye, instead of shuddering, shaking, or seeming to take any damage, it just seems to engulf the dart completely, and it vanishes onto it, completely
Wow.
disappearing.
That's new.
Lilith, I think we're being watched by something. I don't like it.
I'm pretty sure we're noticing the dart. Last time we saw one of those anti-clouded it. You remember, you were there, and the giant worm showed up. It's a good thing that didn't happen this time.
I would rather
But-
take down a worm with someone I love than have this creepy eye watching.
It's certainly unsettling, but my hope is once Cosme reacclimates to what the world is now, they'll go away and he'll just fade back into being the primal force that he apparently is.
So this eye that you shoot a dart at, the eye seems to just take the dart, which disappears into it, and then the eye looks around. It seems almost instinctively just looking around, but every time it does, it stops and looks straight at you, Fel. And then after you throw the dart, it looks at you very intently for several seconds before the lids close and they never open again. The eye just vanishes, but it seems to fade into the wall so seamlessly that you barely even sees it. It just seems to disappear.
That's definitely unnerving.
Meanwhile, as your guys are Fel and Lilith pondering about this weird eye showing on surfaces, Graf and Flint, the two of you decide to take a detour to the underground lake.
You guys gonna run out of paddle boat?
You're kind of away from your mic there.
Yeah, your microphone sounded a little bit muffled, Bun.
Sorry, I was leaning back from my chair. I asked if Graf and Flint are gonna rent a paddle boat.
We don't need no paddle boat. We got swim speeds.
Okay, so
That's true.
Graf and Flint, as the two of you approach the underground lake, getting ready to enter it, you do notice that there are some other people there on the edge of the lake. Nobody seems to have gotten into it because there seems to be a lot of shapes in the water, kind of just swimming around.
Would I be able to see what they are from where I am?
Do you have dark vision?
You have dark vision.
I suddenly have dark vision.
Okay, so the two of you are able to see fishes. Schools of fish.
And they look just like regular fish, right? They don't look like carnivorous fish.
No, they look like perfectly normal fish. In fact, Graf, you recognize this fish as a rainbow trout,
Rainbow trout fish.
which you have fished plenty of in your day.
They were not here the last time we were here.
Nope.
How the hell did they get in here? Alright, we may need to put washing up on hold for a second, Graf, because if these fish can get in, what else can get in?
True. We should go tell them.
I mean, Dracon's not there, but you pose an even more important question. How did they get in there?
Yeah, that's what Flint wants to find out. Graf, why don't you go tell them, and I'm gonna take a swim around this lake and see what I can see.
Be careful. I will go tell them. I will find pack leader.
All right. So Graf, you
Sam jumped.
so Graf, you go find Lilith and probably also Ashay to tell them that there are fish in the lake. Meanwhile, Flint, how are you? What are you doing?
Same as the underground of the manor, Flint's gonna strip down and have only his axe with him and go swimming.
Okay. You strip down, grab your axe, jump into the water.
I hope you're wearing the belt.
Yeah, that's actually they're gauntlets of ogre strength,
he has
so that's the
gauntlets.
only thing I haven't taken off.
Okay, good.
And you cannonball into the lake. As soon as you do, all the fish that were calmly swimming around, they all seem to spook and swim away from you. Swims around the lake, which is sort of big. Not too big, but big-ish. until you, as you're swimming around the lake, you do see this portion where there's faint bubbles coming from down below.
All right. I take my 1 hour long breath and try and find the source of said bubbles.
All right. So you start swimming down, further down until you find what seems to be a small natural cavern alongside the bottom of this lake, the bottom-ish of this lake, about like going 60 feet down into one of the further sides of this lake. You do see there seems to be a small cavern. Would be very cramped, but you could probably get in there. And that's where the bubble seems to be coming from.
I'll try to get in there. If I can't fit, I'm not going to force it.
Okay. So you try to kind of wiggle in there, and luckily, even though it looks small, it's actually it's just this entrance that seems small. As you get inside a little bit, it seems to grow a little bit larger, and it seems to go for a little while. This sort of underwater tunnel. It just goes kind of widening as you go.
Well, I'm going to keep going as far as I can, and as long as I have breath.
Alright.
As long as it's not like an hour-long swim.
Okay, no, it's definitely not an hour long. It takes you, I would say... It would have taken you 5 minutes to go down to this hole and then wiggle yourself in and then follow it to the end. It is sort of a long-ish tunnel. But as soon as you get to the end, Flint, you seem to reach the end of this tunnel, and as you reach the end, it seems to open up. And you feel the water current kind of against you.
You mean pushing away or pulling him towards it?
No, the water current seems to be pushing you back. You're trying to Flint, you're trying to swim against the current.
I hope I can do that. I have a good swim speed. I have decent athletics because of the gauntlet of ogre strength.
Okay, do you try to swim all the way to the end of this tunnel?
I would like to try, yes.
Okay,
would you like me to roll athletics?
Yes, athletics. To swim. $13. It becomes very hard. The current is too strong unless you're not trying to swim directly against the current. Unless you're trying to use the walls as support to pull yourself, you're not gonna be able to swim against this current as it currently is. Not dragging an axe with your hand.
All right, then I will. If I can hold the axe with my tail and then use the wall for grips, I can probably do that.
Yeah, sure. So you do your best to hold the axe with either your tail or your feet, and then using your claws, you grab onto the wall. The current keeps pushing you back into the lake, but you start climbing the wall. going against the current, it starts to become a little bit exhausting. The further in you go, the harder the current pushes, until you finally manages to get to the very end of this tunnel, and you, with a big tug, you pull away, breaking the water surface. And as you do, Flint, it's odd. You see, you get the sense that you're hanging upside down as you're looking around, and you see rocks floating around you, and you just see now the water that you have been swimming into, and then you see, kind of in the distance, until to a much longer range, until it just vanishes because your dark vision doesn't reach as that long. You do see just this big waterfall going against you into this hole that you have swam sort of out of, and your lower body is still in the water, just your upper torso is holding to the wall, and seeing this weird sight.
Does it feel like I'm outside at all?
Yes, the air feels very different. It feels like you are outside.
And is water falling up?
Seems to be, yeah. If you think about it for a little bit, seeing the gravity around you, it doesn't make sense. But it seems like water is falling upwards into this hole.
Well, that explains something, sorta.
And you do see, as you're holding on there, you do see what appears to be a loose fish, kind of just swimming up into this reversed waterfall, and then get caught in the stream and pushed through the whole tunnel where you came from.
I was gonna say, can I snap at it with my jaws before it vanishes?
The fish?
Yeah.
Okay, make a dexterity check.
Of course, I roll a natural 20 on something totally
Lunch.
stupid.
Sure. You, from where you are, you let go with one of your hands holding against the wall, and you reach as far as you can and snap at this fish, catching with your jaw, and yummy. You have raw fish.
Sushi.
Alright. Good fish.
He has a fish now.
I had a fish. I have devoured the fish. It was good fish.
Yep. It seems fresh. Seems like it came from... It seems like ordinary fish.
Would you say the taste was out of this world?
Actually, no.
Well, the taste was colorful.
Turns out we can have a fish fry.
Pretty sure the taste was fishy.
Oh, you guys. But yeah, you
Or maybe it's like chicken.
He prefers it saltier.
Actually, it is not salty.
It is a freshwater fish.
I know, I'm making a horrible joke.
Wasn't the only swimmer Flint has eaten.
So...
Hey.
Flint has eaten plenty of swimmers.
Oh boy.
This
So-
has derailed so much.
It's millions upon millions!
Flint, you find yourself in what appears to be the exit of the lake into the waterfall, where the water would seem to have been escaping when you guys looked at, well, according to what Noctris reported, seemed to be gushing out yesterday, but now it seems to be flowing in.
Okay, maybe the underground lake likes to clean itself. Alright, I think I've found out all I can possibly find out on my own, so I'm going to let the current carry me back.
Luckily for you, the current does carry you back, and it's very easy to swim back into the lake. without risking falling out into the open airs. Because that would be fun.
If he did, we have no clue where he would have gone.
Yep. So, Flint, it takes you less time now swimming back. You still have plenty of time in your underwater breathing, but you do swim back, wiggle your way inside the lake through this small-ish opening, and yeah, you surface back into the underground lake, where worried Graf, Lilith, and Washay seems to be watching, alongside many other people and fish just swimming around in the lake.
When I come out of the water, I want to do the Bond girl splash.
Sure.
Can I roll insight on what Graf is said in the chat?
Into what?
Graf is saying things in the chat, and it doesn't sound like he believes me, and I want to roll insight.
Sure.
No, no, Flint, you're doing the Baywatch come out of the water wall.
No, Baywatch does a slow motion run. I want to do the Halle Berry just came out of the water thing.
Oh yeah, that one's good.
Oh,
I was getting confused. Which Bond?
there you go.
Graf doesn't believe me, I knew it.
Oh, hey, you guys are here.
Graf, why
Brought
don't
them
you
back.
believe?
Where's the fish?
They're in the water. They're delicious.
I'm gonna go see if I can find the fishing line.
Were you there? You spent the day transcribing books, Draco.
I thought this was at the end of the day.
Not quite.
Okay, then I'm not there. I got confused with timelines.
Sure thing.
Well, regardless, they're fish in the water. Hey, Washay. That Flint is totally not caring. He's butt naked, by the way. Hey, Washay. I just found out that this lake cleans itself.
How so?
So that waterfall we told you about earlier today, it changes direction.
You mean down into the surface and then back up into here?
Yeah, I followed a cavern at the bottom of this lake, went out to the outside. The waterfall was falling up from somewhere I couldn't see down below, and that's where the fish are coming from. So whatever water is used in this lake just goes down to the surface, and then new water comes back in.
Well, that is concerning to a degree. This hole you mentioned, we need to let people know to be careful not to get caught in it.
Yeah, just put up some warning signs down there. Everyone should be fine.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Alright, well, I suppose this takes care of the water and food problem. With the fish and the water.
Yeah, fishing down here should be much less dangerous than foraging on the surface.
Oh. This is certainly weird.
Although this raises the question, if there's deadly things in the lake down there, can they get in which case fishing becomes equally dangerous?
Well, I didn't see anything deadly when I was going through that cavern. If you want, I can take a dip again, see if there's anything dangerous in this lake.
Furthermore, the hole where you had to swim through was not too big. It could fit one medium creature.
True, but there are some medium-sized fish that could possibly be meat eaters.
Also, shellkin don't start up as big as they are, so it's possible for babies to get it.
Oh, right. Or like that waterman that was in the manor basement.
Well, he wasn't medium. He was fucking big.
Alright, we should try and find eventually then where this water is coming from down in the surface, and then from there try to discover what else we can. But you said the water changes and reverses.
Yeah, if I remember right, that might have been the same waterfall that was going down before.
There's a voice.
Well, that could, I suppose, are kinda not good swimmers, but that could help us with getting through the surface and back in here.
You say you guys may not be the greatest swimmers, but I know you guys know some of this weird magic shit. Maybe you can change yourselves a little bit to be better swimmers? Is that a thing you can do?
I mean, we saw Stubhart do that, didn't we?
Yes, he
Yeah,
did.
that's why.
I think we've also seen Noctis do it.
Yeah, that's why Flint is asking. He's seen some of these guys do that before.
Yes, we could try it. We'll definitely will be trying it after the Fivnit to try and get down to the surface through the waterfall. That is a great discovery.
Alright, so I guess it's one less thing we need to do. Grath and I were gonna wash up here.
I... How troublesome. Well, I suppose you can take care of yourself, so... Sure. But, if you see anyone else coming into here, warn them about not swimming down to the bottom, especially children.
Oh yeah, of course. Just want everyone to stay on the surface.
And thank you once again for being so spontaneously good at trying to help.
These are weird times. Everyone needs help.
And then Flint and Graf, the two of you and whoever else, spent some time at the lake watching the fish swim around. Every once in a while, you seem to see one fish that you had not noticed before, with different colored scales and such. They seem to be getting in through the water rise. But regardless, it is an interesting thing to have noticed, and it does not seem harmful.
Plus, we got more food to eat other than roots.
And hunted bovines in the surface. So, at the end, everyone gathers around at night, share your stories and whatever happenstances went by during the day with your companions, the lake weirdness and whatever, maybe possibly the eye you saw in the here on the underground fell. Aside from that, you all spend another evening with the Hewitts, just enjoying dinner, talking, and then going to bed to sleep and get ready for another day.
Before we bed, I wanted to do a thing.
Sure.
I wanted to find out how the Booble reacts to the dancing lights that I do before bed.
Alright. Can you color your dancing lights?
I don't think so.
I mean, put up the spell, we can find out.
Um, it doesn't specify a color. So, I mean, I just always flavored them as the kind of golden shimmering thing.
Sure. Yeah.
Specify that they don't, so
Yeah, I suppose you can color them whichever way you want.
Wizards is probably trying to not make dancing lights too powerful so you don't scare people with red lights and such. That's just my opinion.
it says you can turn that into a glowing humanoid, so I don't see why you
Yeah.
couldn't. Basically, like, be creative with your lights, like prestidigitation, where you can do almost anything if you're creative enough.
Oh,
Yeah.
glowing humanoid. These are Kitsune lights. Okay.
So yeah, you shine some lights around, and the Booble, it seems curious. It looks inquisitively at the lights, and it seems to kind of hunkered down across whatever surface you put him in or it into, and the Booble just kind of lowers and lurches and it back plate scales seems to reflect sort of the color of whatever surface he's into. It's not the most effective camouflage, but it is better than nothing.
So it seems scared of the lights?
No, it seems to start to camouflage itself, and then after a while, it seems to study the lights. And when it sees one of the lights just stop and get a little bit slower, it seems to try and lurch for it to attack it, or rather eat it.
I'll just make it poof out of existence so it thinks it got it.
Alright. It looks around and seems a little bit confused that the other dancing lights aren't, just spinning around, and it kind of keeps opening and closing its mouth as if it's trying to chew, but it's tasting nothing. It's confused. But
I'm just going to kind of pat it a little and just do a feeding thing. I still have my dagger, and I'm going to not do nearly as much damage to my hand as Lilith did.
alright. Make a
You ask the monk to stab you.
make a nature check, Noctress.
I'm good at those.
21. Looking at how the Booble reacted to the lights, you get the sense that it would also... It seems interested in the dancing light, which one could have confused with some sort of a flying bug.
Fireflies.
Yep. So you get the sense that the Boobles do feed on insects and such others. They seem to prefer. It seems very happy with being fed your wound, but you get the sense that it doesn't only feeds on wounds.
Okay. Well, for now, that's all I'm gonna feed them. Actually, about if I gather that, I'd probably maybe. Do I know any places that seem a little more natural around here that would have bugs crawling around?
I mean, I assume we can find some worms instantly.
It takes a little bit of exploring around portions of the city, but there are people who seems to cultivate some underground roots and such, and who kind of seem to grow bugs and other such underground creatures. So yeah, you could find bugs easily enough without having to go all the way to the surface.
Okay. Yeah, if people are selling them, you're saying? Or
They're not really selling the bugs. They're just keeping the bugs, or because of all its uses through underground plantation and cultivation, and other such things. But when you show up asking for bugs, they seem almost glad to give them away.
Sweet. I will take some bugs and I'll go back to the room and hopefully not unleash a swarm trying to feed the booble
All right.
a couple bugs.
Suddenly the humans just a massive swarm of ants.
Yeah, suddenly the place has a bug infestation because I tried to feed my lizard.
It seems happy with all the bugs that you have been feeding it, and the bubble is a very tiny creature, so you imagine it can only eat bugs to a certain size. But it does seem happy with all the bugs that you have been feeding it, and seems to eat them almost endlessly, unlike the wounds, where it would feed on the wound but only so much after it stops, and would not feed on the wound anymore. But on the bugs, it doesn't seem to restrain itself. It just seems to go for it.
I wonder if it likes grasshoppers.
This poor booble is gonna be so obese in like 2 weeks.
It will.
I'm gonna.
I mean, we could feed it cream tarts.
I'm gonna try and like moderate it to. I mean, I've seen how big they are in like the picture you drew, so probably like about like like the smaller part of my palm worth of bugs before I exercise some restraint.
All right. Okay. You feed the boobo a lot of the word I'm looking for. You feed it some of the bugs before you take your hand away to not let it overeat bugs, and then you have a whole lot of other bugs you did not feed it to concern yourself with.
I mean, I assume I have them in a container of some sort.
Sure, if you got them in a container, because the persons just handed the bugs to you.
Oh, they just like drop.
I mean,
Yeah, I would have gotten a container to keep them in.
yeah, it's not hard.
Open a vial, snap the cork down.
Yeah, it's not hard enough to procure a bottle of whatever just to put those bugs in, and sure, you have those bugs contained.
Chinese takeout box of bugs.
Kinda, yeah. So, yeah, you did a little boobo experiment. It seems to have gone well.
Okay, yeah, that's all I would have done for the night.
Okay. So, all of you go ahead, take another long rest. By the way, you guys who had ability score reductions, you are recovering 1 point per day.
Yay!
Yeah, I'm now missing just 1 point of Constitution and 2 points of Wisdom.
So, Matthias, are you keeping track of those points?
I'm only 1 point away.
Tiger?
Maddie?
Tiger?
What's up?
Are you keeping track of your points, ability scores?
Yes.
Okay. Because you just performed another long rest, so you should have recovered one more ability damaged ability score point.
So now I have 6 strength.
I have 7 strength.
Ah, there you go. Almost back to average.
Yeah, you guys are going to be recovering for a week.
Well, yeah.
So the day starts the third day of the Fifth, as some of you would be keeping track of, and just to
I'm gonna bunk up with Lilith.
all right.
Oh.
So for expediency, what are you guys doing today as a whole?
Flint, since he can't really reinforce his gun, enchantments are being worked on, he would like to do two things today. One, try and fix his arm, finally. Two, go find a pearl, either here in the Centrodine City or in one of the other cities we've been to.
I mean, Dracon has a pearl on him.
Yeah, Flint wants his own pearl, so he doesn't have to bother you for it anymore.
Why don't Grath go look for Pearl and you can work on your arm?
Alright, that sounds like a plan. If you need to teleport to a city, go find Dracon. But let me give you 200 gold just in case.
Grath got money. Him good.
You sure?
Yes.
Alright, well, thanks. I need a pearl to be at least 100 gold worth.
Okay.
Okay, so Graf, you're going to look for this pearl?
Yes.
Where are you going to look for this pearl? In this city here?
In this city here, I believe that we actually got diamond dust from one of the people that was here, who had some gems.
Yeah, Fel and Hentai have found it, but time for you to go and look for it if you would like.
Grath would like.
Okay. It takes you time, but eventually you find a shop, not a shop itself, but one of the surface dwellers who had brought some merchandise with them, amongst which precious metals and gems like diamonds and pearls, and they do sell the one pearl you're looking for.
Okay.
For its usual price of 100 gold pieces, because that's what I think it costs.
Yeah, for the identify spell, it's 100 gold. I just didn't know if merchant might inflate prices and stuff. That's why I was going to give Grath 200.
Nope, they seem to be selling it for its normal price.
What about the diamonds?
Yeah, they have diamonds at several price ranges, like diamond and diamond dust, worth as much as 3,000 gold pieces worth of diamonds they have.
Grath only knows about diamond dust. He would like to buy another 300 gold pieces. Sorry, 500 gold pieces of diamond dust.
Okay, so you go ahead and get yourself some 500 pieces, 500 gold pieces of worth of diamond dust, and that's it. Shopping done.
That's it. There was it.
Okay. Meanwhile, what were you doing, Flint?
Flint's arm has been damaged ever since the rust monsters back in one of these dungeon type places. He wants to try and fix that if he can.
Alright. I believe you have access to spells, don't you?
I have access to the entire level 1 Artificer spell list. I just haven't flavored them all to Flint specifications.
Alright. So yeah, you can spend you can use mending, which I believe is a cantrip which you have access to.
I thought we determined mending wouldn't fix that with Summer Lad.
Yeah, you'd said that a while ago, I think. And also, I don't think an Artificer can swap out cantrips like that.
Just saying, you can fix your arm just for the sake of convenience. You will be able to fix your arm with mending, but by paying money on top of that.
Okay, how much money are we talking? I've got lots.
Because you're trying to replace materials that are very hard to come by because they're not from around here. What was originally your arm damage? The D12, was it?
Yeah, 2d12 plus whatever level up things we're talking about.
Yeah, but now it's what, a D8 or a D10?
It's d10 now.
Okay. You will spend some 300 gold pieces.
That's fine. I still got 25 left on me and a shit ton in the bag of holding in the manor chest.
Alright. So you spend some time procuring the city to get enough money. Getting the materials that most closely resemble the composition of your arm, because now, being an artificer, you know enough about metals and such to know what to look for.
And not only that, I have this handy thing. I've been in this city long enough, I probably know a few people by now.
Yeah. Eventually you are able to gather some metals and materials that are not quite precisely what you need, but with some tinkering and engineering you are able to replace the damaged components to a degree, and then using mending you manage to repair your arm. It costs you 300 gold pieces, but it's fixed.
And then once my arm is fixed, I'm going to find some wall somewhere that's not going to knock down an entire cavern and just test it out.
Sure. There's many stalagmites that are around the ground, a little bit farther away from the settlement itself, where you can easily test that. Some spires.
Well, that was a crap roll.
It would have hit. It's an immobile thing. But there you go.
What?
Yeah, 2d12 in strength and flint level.
There you go. And strength save not to be pushed. Alright, so now your arm feels a little heavier with the extra components that you added, especially some of them which are not the original components, which were lightweight. So it feels a little out of balance compared to what you have been used to, but at least it's whole and not nearly as close to getting broken up again. So it's not a big price to pay, and it's not like this balance is being bad to you in any way. So,
yeah.
After you're done with that, anyone else doing anything else?
I was gonna ask how long do you think it's gonna take for me to fully transcribe the other book with Noxus's help, and we have plenty of time.
I would say by the end of today, you would have finished transcription.
You okay helping me out, Doctress?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so with the two of you working together, it will be done by the end of today.
And then I can possibly take this copy back and have my father work on it.
Alright. So, anyone else doing anything else?
I wanted to go around the city and try to get a feel from the non-Sentinine residents who are here from the Kyrian colony, about an independence push that might be upcoming. Just to sort of get a vibe for how they feel.
Okay, make an insight check.
Oh, good. I'm fantastic at that.
Okay.
She saw the entire plan unfold before her.
So talking to the people, well, not so much talking to the people, but being around people who are talking regarding the matters which you're concerned with, they do seem happy to not be caught on the outside during the Fivnit, and some of them are talking about the things you guys have done, the Bean Squad, although those stories are a little bit exaggerated to several degrees, and there's talk of how fire rained from the skies and other such shit. People are exaggerating a lot of stories from what they have heard, from people who have heard, from people who have heard, from people who were not there but have heard, from people who were actually there but did mostly just run away and let you guys deal with the issues. So they seem confident that the Bean Squad, who seems to be pro-Washe, taking over the ruling of the colonies, they seem all up for it because the Bean Squad is endorsing her, and because she seems to be doing a good job of running things down here and keeping everyone safe despite everything.
Oh, I remembered something, but that can happen.
They also do seem to be talking about ways of integrating the Symphony into into other societies, more so like how they and their people can come live here with the Symphonies, and how the Symphonies are not integrated yet with all other societies, and how that would need to happen before they could fully truly move in here, abandoning the civilization that they have been from for so long. You hear lots of talks of people who seem very sympathetic towards the Symphony and towards not having to deal with Kyria ever again.
Well, that's good. That's a good vibe if it's going to be an impending revolution.
Yeah. They seem very happy with waiting for the Fivnit to end and then going back to their lives, and with the help of the Symphony and whoever has been actually making things work in here, build a new country for themselves, one independent of Kyria.
Alright, I just wanted to see if the localized thing area was more of an accepted vibe across the whole colonies for the revolution, but it seems like everybody's going to be on board, at least most of the common folk I've met.
Alright. Yeah. They all seem very excited about it. Mostly, you get the sense, Lilith, is that people who settled in here have, on top of everything that they have to do, build their own houses, work the fields, defend off monsters by their own selves without the help of any imperial forces. They also have to pay taxes, which, by the way, you have never heard the Bean Squad mention before.
Wait, we have to pay taxes?
Yeah, nobody told us we had to pay tax.
You do. You signed the document when you took the house.
Clint signed the document.
Yeah.
Dracon didn't.
Everyone signed the document when Haderfell gave you guys a house. That
I wasn't there.
I mean, if taxes need to be paid, I can just go talk to the party treasurer and pay him up.
So,
I mean, I can learn a spell that hide that stuff if you want.
you guys did sign
That
you
wasn't me.
did sign a
It was the
decree
couch.
that said that you will have to pay taxes and to the main settlement, which is Dorf, which would then itself pay taxes all the way to Kyria, however far away they are. Brian, your microphone is not muted.
Oh, sorry.
So
And we'll figure it out.
Yeah, you guys have to pay taxes, and so does everyone else. And nobody's happy to pay taxes to a kingdom who is not taking care of them. Which certainly helps with with having turned the whole populace very unhappy with the kingdom.
Okay.
By the way, Flint, you still have in your possession the document, I believe.
Let me take a look at the handouts. Oh yeah, Royal Decree of Land Ownership.
Yep, you have it.
By the royal sanction of the ruler of the Kingdom of Kyria, King Malward Mardineer, blah 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 blah. Looking for taxes. Should any individual break Kyrian laws, prosecuted? Should any individual come to pass? Should all individuals find themselves unable to control the property, it shall be seized by the crown. We are controlling the property, so the crown will not seize it. We have not. Alright, well, I technically did die, but I'm still alive. Should any individual listed above hire any laborers, crown shall make no payments or send any reimbursement. Yeah, we paid all of that out of pocket. Unearth any riches in the terrain, we did not tell anyone about it. But whatever earnings are made from them shall be taxed to a fifth of its total value to be paid to the crown's emissary in the Kyrian settlement.
Well, good thing all of our money did not come from those grounds.
Nope, not at all.
Not a single penny.
It comes from somewhere else.
Yes.
Which is the case for you, but not for anyone else who lives in there.
No, Doug.
There is another listing here. Should any individual listed above fail to pay the due taxes or uphold the local law, it is up to the mayor of the settlement in which the land lies to decide the best course of action to respect both its community and the crown's interests. So
you're saying we have to kill the mayor?
I mean, if the IRS comes knocking on our door, we can just pay up. We've got plenty of money, as long as they don't want, all of it.
We can't come knocking on the door because we haven't made any money off of the land of the house. We've made our money dungeon diving across the colony. And killing and
We have not made a penny in there.
Our money from fighting a dragon.
There are two different listings for taxes. There's earnings made from the land, which would be taxed, but that's not what's happening. And then I think there's just the usual property taxes.
Anyway, we're getting into some things that don't even really matter right now.
Now our property value has gone up because we renovated.
We renovated, but we're technically also acting. It's kind of also acting as an embassy for Semphodine. Technically.
Didn't you pay for the renovations to be made in the first place?
Yes, I did.
Paying for the renovations increases your home's property value, which usually increases your property tax.
Anyway, before we get into any more real estate bullshit,
Sure.
can we?
The people in here, in all the cities, and especially those who have flocked here to the Symphony City, they are painfully aware that they have to pay taxes from their earnings, and they are not happy with that. And if the Kingdom of Kyria were to be removed from the equation totally, they would be much happier. And that's the sense you get after visiting and talking to the people, Lilith.
They still have to pay taxes. It's just being to a localized government that would probably be more hands-on.
Yeah. They probably would raise an actual guard or army.
You get the sense that they would be much happier not paying taxes altogether, but
Never.
There's a price to hiring guards.
Sure, but yeah.
Cost.
Is anyone else doing anything else for the day?
I did want to bring something up with Nocturus quickly.
Sure.
Can you do that thing where you talk to people across long distances?
The sending spell, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Could you get in touch with Loza and tell him we might have to meet up earlier during the Fivnit, if possible? And if he has an idea of where to pick him up in the city of Purgos.
Alright, let me just read the spell really quick, just so I
You can send it
things.
multiple times if you need to.
I could,
You've met
Okay.
Loza.
Yeah. Alright, I would just do so immediately after he asked. And what was it you wanted to ask? That we wanted to meet earlier, and
Bring
we
them
could-
here.
we wanted to bring him to the Symphadine settlement and want to know where to pick him up.
Yes. Along with Trio and Candor,
And who?
my mentor, Candor.
Ah. Okay.
Basically everyone that was sent there.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm going to cast Sending and try and target Loza and say, Dracon wishes to meet earlier. Where can we... I'm very bad at this. Where can we meet you to bring you to the Symphadine settlement along with the Trio and Candor?
So, you do send a message, Nocturus. You get a response from Loza saying to meet at the Red Herring shop in Purgos in about half an hour to an hour.
Yeah, I can go there now and pick him up if you don't mind me going. I'll be gone like 10 minutes.
It's quite alright.
Okay.
Okay.
And I teleport there to pick him up.
So Draco, using what from Mythos?
Oh wait, I go find Grath.
Okay.
Grath, I need to borrow the orb.
Okay. I hand the Orb of Gaffador over to Dracon.
I promise I will be back with it soon.
Okay.
This was the only thing I remember getting from Mythos. I mean, from Purgos. This is the only thing.
That is true. Okay, so you focus on the Orb of Gaffador, teleport to Purgos, appearing in a empty shop. Familiar, but regardless empty.
Empty of stuff or just empty?
Blue, you here?
As you shout out, there's no response.
Is it completely empty, or is there just stuff on the shelves?
There are stuff on the shelf. It just seems like nobody is in the shop itself.
You mean I'm in an empty store with nobody there?
Suck if the door was locked and you couldn't get out.
Yes, Draco, you are in the shop that you previously burglarized, and it is empty. Only you and some delicious merchandise.
Okay, I'm gonna see if there's a Okay, first thing I'm going to do is see if there's a register or something, a place where he would keep his money.
Make an investigation check.
$28.
Mm-hmm. You do find behind the desk, you find a very very tall chair for him to sit up on, alongside some boxes kept in there, all of them locked, alongside with a ledger and other little trinkets. That seems more decoration than anything else.
Okay, I'm going to put 100 platinum in an envelope there and saying from his brother.
All right.
I'm just gonna write on the envelope, brother.
Okay.
You're gonna give him 1,000 gold.
I mean, his brother's worried about him. I remember that.
So you go and do that.
And I leave the shop to go find the red herring.
All right. It takes you a while. Not being super familiar with Burgos itself, but it looks samey. Not much has changed except that it's completely dark everywhere. Most people don't seem to be on the streets except for some patrols and some people who seem to have business to tend to despite the world being completely dark. And which makes it a little bit harder to find the red herring, but after asking around some guards and some people, you do find it. The red herring seems to be a shop of little magical oddities and also a sort of a arcane academy. Very small arcane academy, but it is one nonetheless.
Huh. I enter it?
Sure. As you do see a shop that is a little bit odd, because there seems to be a very small portion of it that is dedicated only to exposing items and things that are for sale, and then a huge, not huge, but like a much larger side area that is just filled with tables and people poring over books, studying and discussing things. It seems to be more of a place for apprentice mages to come and learn whatever they can from the craft, and to whoever is willing to purchase things. There seems to be a small place dedicated to that. And in there, you do find you do see the familiar shape of Loza and the Golden Trio, whose silhouettes are much different from everyone else, mostly humans, who look very scrawny and just studying scrolls and books.
I'm assuming Agnes and Kender are there too, right?
Agnes does not seem to be there, nor does Kender.
I ask Loza, where's Kender and Agnes?
Hello, Draken. Agnes, she had things to do. She seems to have wanted to go back to the Truth Seekers to report on her findings. As for Kender, I'm sorry to say that as soon as we looked away for just a second, he vanished. We lost him.
Sounds like him.
He left behind a letter for you, though. And he pulls out from his robe a scroll that is not even sealed. It's just a scroll, and hands it to you.
I'm gonna read it to myself.
Alright. The scroll just says, where the shit is that note? Because I did not write down that handout, because I was not planning on you finding it today. So, Kander writes down in this hastily scroll that seems sort of like just him absent-mindedly writing down his thoughts to no one in particular, and just at the very end he seems to regard you specifically. At first it just says, at the very beginning, my career came with many hazards, one of which was competition seeking to take me out. Some of it decided to target not only me but those around me, and I lost my little sister. Thank you, Draken and Lilith, for helping me leave the guild behind. I could never return to that life after it costed me so dearly. I did, however, had to go back to that life after I learned that Skant had brought her back to life in an unnatural way. I just could not let it be. But seeing my sister die for the second time is just too much for me. Remember all the good teachings I have bestowed upon you, and if possible, stay as far away from this life as you can. It will bring you nothing but grief and pain. Kander.
Well, we're both agreeing on that. Both would definitely agree with the old man. So, you guys ready to head to the Symphodine City?
Yes, we are ready. I don't know.
I know Washe wanted to speak with you three, and I point to the trio.
Lenaro nods and says, alright, back we go then. I'm ready when you are.
Okay, everyone hold hands, and I think we should step outside for this so we don't freak out everyone inside.
Alright, all 5 of you go step outside, give hands, and whoosh away into arcane winds, focusing on the trinket you still have from Lilith to go back into the Symphodine City, completely unscathed, and bringing 4 persons with you.
Yep. I figured you'd also want to come here, Lowe's, because they have an amazing arcane library.
Okay. After Loza finishes retching, he will nod and say, "Oh, okay. I'll look around and see what I can find." And he immediately looks around, says "fuck all," casts light, and then
There's not like some sort of lighting in the city.
I'm pretty sure there's some lighting in the city.
There's gotta be like something for a street light around here.
there are, but like
It's still dark for a human.
it's very dark for humans. Most people can make do without light. A lot of people do prefer to have light, but even then, you didn't just appear in the main thoroughfare. You appeared a little bit off to the side, near this place where previously there was a guy here selling trinkets, who now it's sort of just an empty alley between two buildings, which is dark. Loza casts light and starts wandering off to the place you pointed him off to. And so does the Golden Trio after you tell them about Washe and more or less where to find her.
Yeah, I'm gonna go return the orb to Grath.
Which you do.
Thanks, Grath.
You're welcome.
And I go back to helping Noctis.
There you go. Quickly enough, in less than half an hour, you brought back some people and did your thing. Good on you for that research.
And I gave, I think, was it blue or green money?
Going to the table and the PhD that I just rolled, the trinket that I bought from the Sensodynes and the silver box would be under common word for green inscribed.
What?
You're very muffled, your voice.
God damn it. Is that loud enough?
Yeah, you leaned back again.
Sorry. I'm used to leaning away. I rolled, there's a trinkets table in the PHP. I rolled on it for what I got from the Senfodyne. It is a small silver box that says dreams on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's our focus to get back here. It's probably written in Senfodyne.
Yeah, I would have given that back to you when I was done with it after this trip.
Yep. It is a box. It's very solid, built of some wood salvaged from roots mostly, and the lock itself is very rudimentary. It's more so decorative than actually functional, and it is inscribed a word on the side that reads Brodar, but after researching you find out that says dreams in Symphony. So, is there anything anyone else is doing for the remainder of the day?
Well, at this point, Flint needs to buy Fel a drink.
Do I see
They
Fel
have
clinging to the
one
side of
there.
a building?
Well, I headed off in the direction he ran off, so I don't know how well I found.
Yeah, Flint is just like a blunt instrument. He's very like a hammer. Just comes in swinging and smashing around.
Odd, because he's dex-based.
I feel like I missed stuff in chat.
I mean, he's very
There was
blunt with his
stuff.
words.
Yes, you
There's
did.
definitely stuff in chat.
Okay. So, after the end of the day, everyone doing your things, the group, once again, reunites during the evening, after having dinner with the Hewitts, after which you guys decide to...
Well, besides drink, I'm gonna have my mage hand slap Flint for terrifying Fel.
Flint will not complain this time. This time.
And my people both just like gently petting Fel, just like being like, it's okay, it's okay.
Fel, what did he do to you?
Just what I imagine.
Who hurt you, Fel? Who hurt you?
He, I'm not sure if this world's customs on advances are the same as my village, but that was a bit much.
He touched your butt, didn't he?
I did not touch anyone's butt.
So he touched your front.
I didn't touch him at all. All I did was ask
Insight
some
check.
questions. I just asked questions and I went a little far. If you want to roll insight, go right on ahead. You believe everything I'm saying.
Apparently nobody would.
That should have been a natural 20.
I'm a passive of 22. So.
apparently nobody was touched after all.
Yeah, with your passive of 22, you know that Flint, he's only asking questions and stuff. He was very blunt. He didn't actually do any touching.
Fel, do you want to hang out with Grath? Fel,
Hmm.
Grath?
Yes.
Do you want to finish making those arrows tomorrow?
Sure.
Fel, you want to help with that?
I could. It's been a while since I've made anything with my hands, but yeah.
Should help.
Unless Lil needs me for anything.
A lot of ideas of what to do.
I mean, I've got an idea if you want to. That's probably going to sound wrong. I need to make up to you for scaring the crap out of you, for asking way too many questions. What can I do to make it up to you?
I whisper in his ear. Act like a complete moron.
Gonna swat away Draco.
That's about the best thing you could do.
Well, you're keen on
Eating him.
so I suppose a drink would do just fine.
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, I show Lilith the letter I got from Kander.
Fel, you know I also got the gauntlets from Maddie, right?
Yeah. They make you stronger, don't they?
Yeah, they make me stronger. I was wondering if maybe we can test our strength against each other as an, show of camaraderie. Am I getting that right?
I have no problem with that.
All right. Yeah, we can do that tomorrow.
Me and Grath will watch.
I'll accept that as a challenge.
Wait, would this be with or without the magic items?
Well, I'm assuming with, because I know Fel also has that monstrous belt that doubled his strength.
Yeah, I'm just saying because Fel's still recovering from the ritual.
Yeah, I would probably remember that Fel without the belt is like noodle arms right now. So
Well, here's the
anything
thing.
I'd want to
Even
do.
if I take off the belt, I can choose to use my dex instead.
I don't know if you can use
true.
Dex for like an arm wrestling if that's what you guys are gonna do.
I only started using strength because I got that belt, but monks can use strength or dex. It's up to you.
Either way, it'll be fun.
You guys do you.
All right, items on then.
So, for the remainder of the night, you guys chat, probably drink whatever you can find from the surface dweller merchants who still have some liquids and spirits. And that's it for the night. You all go to bed after talking, discussing, and socializing a little bit more. Mingling. And everyone gets another long rest, so the people who still have damaged ability scores get 1 more point back.
Now missing 1 point in wisdom, 1 point in constitution.
There you go. So, as the night goes by, it is concerning because for a moment all of you feel the decay, the air getting a little bit colder.
You mean like a cold wind, or just generally?
Yeah, it just seems to get colder without real explanation, just chills.
Flint does not notice that cold. He still has his ring of cold resistance.
Yeah, Flint's
Can I?
fine.
Yeah,
Can I look
Nocturus wouldn't have
around?
changed his.
I would definitely be noticing this.
Yep.
Can I look around and see if I notice any?
Okay.
What would you say?
It is nighttime. All of you guys do, well, some of you who decide to investigate, go around, look around, and there's nothing different really, based on your passive perceptions. The air just feels colder.
I'm gonna start checking around because temperature changes like that usually don't happen frequently underground. So
Yeah,
I'd like to do a perception check.
Okay.
Is it cold enough to create frost?
Can I listen and see if I hear wind?
15.
There's nothing noise related really to this coldness, but it just feels colder. The temperature has dropped, not enough to freeze things, but it's definitely chillier. And Matthias, as you're looking around trying to find the source of the coldness, there does not seem to be a source per se. It just seems to be all around you. It just seems like it got colder without a real explanation, as if one day was warm and the other day it was cold, just like that. However, as you're walking around, you do see a very intricate plant hanging nearby, and it's a small plant, kind of like the petals, the leaves. They are incredibly dark, in a darkish purplish color, with several white spots around them. It almost looks like the galaxy in plant format, and it's a very striking visual, which you wonder how you never saw before.
That's a little weird.
Would I know anything about this plant at all? I mean, I can do a nature check or something.
Would
I mean,
Nocturus?
Did you go along, the two of you?
we said we were. I'm not letting Maddie go anywhere alone.
Okay. Were you going as well, Nocturus?
I think I would have just like peeked outside. I don't know if I would have necessarily followed them that far. Is it just the one plant?
Yeah, it seems to be just one plant a little farther away than you can see, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, then I wouldn't see it.
Does it look like something I saw while transcribing with Nocturus?
The book didn't have many illustrations, per se.
Also, those were beasts, right, instead of plants.
Yeah, there was things from the older world. There was a little bit of flora as well, but not as much as fauna. Mostly the things related to flora is if there was any beast that would eat such flora.
Okay.
So no, at first there does not seem to be anything that you would remember from the books. So Matthias, do you want to investigate this flower?
Yep.
How?
Can I do like a nature check?
How are you investigating this flower?
I mean, I can hand him some tweezers from my used tools if you.
I'm going to first examine it, but while doing that, I'm gonna keep my mouth and nose covered because of the fact that some plants are poisonous and stuff. based on their pollen, because that would be something rangers would know about. So, but I'll examine it. I think I'd roll a nature check here, see if I remember anything about any underground plants,
All right.
which
So,
seems odd.
are you touching it?
No, I'm not going to touch it.
All right. Then make a nature check with disadvantage.
I don't want to touch it right now. That's really what it is.
Okay.
Always be afraid when your DM goes, so you touch it.
14.
Fair enough.
I would have had a
That would dog
25.
render him unconscious.
It's hard to tell much. It looks like just a flower. Looking around, you do see the trying to get a little bit closer, covering your face as best as you can as you approach to look at it. Indeed, you do see several little pollen specks around the very core of the plant, and you get the sense that those would come out easily if it were to be shaken or disturbed in any way, but it's hard to tell if it is or not a bad thing.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
ask
I'm not
this.
sure.
I have a question. Is it colder the closer we get to the plants?
No, the plant does not seem to have anything to do with the cold. In fact, the coldness does not seem to have any source. It's just all around.
Okay, just wanted to clear that. I'm gonna. Can I examine it using some thieves' tools, just as kind of a. Just kind of examine it, move the leaves, that kind of thing.
So by touching it, you mean?
Very delicately.
Okay, make a dexterity check, Draco. As you try to, using your lockpicks, moving it around slightly to examine it, as delicately as you can, you try to move this single plant around. It looks normal. There's nothing too weird about this plant. As you move it around, you can see this stalk that seems to be not very long nor too thick. It's a normal plant stalk that goes into this patch of earth along some rocks, and down the stalk you do see very fine small thorns on the stalk, which, Matthias, you recognize that normally plants that have stalks, that have thorn on their stalks, are generally not super harmful.
Yeah, because usually they want things not to touch them, so with thorns on their stalks, I don't think it's as dangerous. I've never seen it before, but normally with the thorns on stalk, it's not that dangerous. I wonder if anyone on the Symphodyne would know what this is. Or maybe Nocturus. I mean, he's always been talking about things before this. Could ask him.
Yeah, you can talk with him tomorrow. I'm gonna hang out with Graf and get some things done, though.
Alright, I'll make note of this, but it's really odd that it's gotten this cold late here. A little worried
I was
about
just thinking about that. You know how we haven't had consistent season, like, ever?
Okay.
What if caused me setting about the right order?
Could be possible.
Because we Because historically, this is like dead of winter, right?
Yeah. Normally.
What if he's setting things right and it's becoming more wintry outside?
Do we want to move closer to, say, up towards where the opening from the mountainside is? And see if it's colder coming from there?
I mean, we could go if you want.
Can see maybe that might be a possibility. Can ask Noctress about it. He could come along if you wanted to.
Do you want to go out now?
I mean, we could probably do it now or do it tomorrow. So, because I think everyone else is still, it's kind of late, isn't it? By now?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, it is in the middle of the night.
We'll do it in the morning. Let's get some rest.
Okay, come to bed.
So the two of you go back to bed, making sure to grab some extra blankets, probably, to stave off the cold, and you all perform a long rest. So you recover one point of damaged ability scores, and the morning comes by very peacefully. Things are still the same. People are still going about their days, trying to get stuff done as best as they can.
Cold?
Come again?
Is it still cold?
Yes, it is still cold.
I mean, fortunately, we all have heavy coats for these conditions.
I don't think it's that cold.
I just have fur. What are you talking about?
Nocturus would have still had his frost ward up, so he probably wouldn't know this right
we
away.
all got heavy clothing when we went to London.
That you stole off of dead people.
I cleaned it.
Grath about froze getting
Nevertheless, in the morning, I'm going to probably chat with everyone and then discuss how it's gotten colder, and I'm probably saying I'm going to be like, well, you know what? I think I might go and look at the entrance and take a peek outside and see if that's where this chill is coming from.
We're going up top. I'd like to come too.
All right.
I think if
We're not like going on a long journey here. I'm just wanting to try to figure out where this cold's coming from because it's new.
Yeah, but you shouldn't go alone anyway.
I'm not leaving you alone, Maddie.
Especially with the Fivnet. If we're going near the surface, we should stick together.
Doctor, you want to come? Because this is definitely.
Yep, if Lilith is going, I'm going.
I would like to accompany you as well.
We're gonna do a party expedition upstairs?
Trying to
Seems
see
like-
why it's getting colder.
I hadn't noticed the cold.
Alright, so
Grath did.
all of you, the whole Being Squad, reunites, makes your way to the surface, going through stairs and such, going through the temple as a whole, and every few 100 feet of progress that you make towards the surface, it gets colder and colder, and as you arrive on the surface itself, it is super chilly. It is incredibly cold. Windy even.
Is it snowing?
No, but you get the sense that it is not snowing by a few degrees. If it were just a few degrees colder, it would definitely be snowing.
Do we
Did
have
we?
any indication on whether this giant floating city has gone even higher in the sky?
You have no way of testing that I know of.
Not without somebody jumping on the flying broomstick and going to check it out.
Yeah, I mean,
mean-
Noctis can go look.
Actually, Noctis gave that back to me very happily because he did not want to fly anymore.
Yeah, Nocturus just like kind of shakes his head and backs up a little.
So if you guys
Hootie,
want, I
go
can.
see how high we are. I send Hootie.
All right.
All right, make a perception check for Hootie, Draco. As all of you, being squad, are reunited on the exit slash entrance to the Symphony City in this floating island. You wait and wait and wait and wait, and it takes a long while for Hootie to go down and then find its way back up to you where you guys are. And as Hootie comes back, it lets you know, Draco, that you guys are indeed about... I don't remember the exact number. Let me see.
Wait, did we go higher?
No.
We did determine its height at a previous point. Did I
Yeah.
accidentally recycle that note? Let me. It was like from the top of from the surface to the floor. It was like 5,000 feet.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the exact number.
I mean, if the island rose up, the height of the island itself wouldn't change. The entire thing would move up.
Yeah,
Well, no,
that's.
Doug said from the edge from the edge of the floating island to the ground was 5,000 feet.
Oh. Okay.
Around.
I mean, I just didn't know if we're higher or lower than our original position.
Yeah, it was around 5,000. You guys never really got an actual number, because nobody that was good enough with estimating distances had gone to check. With Hootie, it's sort of the same deal. Hootie isn't amazing at giving you distances, but it tells you that you have not moved per se. You're about... Hootie would estimate something around 3,500 feet up, having flown all the way down to the surface, to the lake underneath you all.
So we dropped down, or we went up an additional 3,500 feet.
Nope. You never.
We never got a proper
we
distance.
never really moved, is really what it is.
Yeah, you never knew the actual number, and you still don't. But Hootie thinks it's 3,500 feet.
Hootie's probably better at that than Nocturus.
Yeah.
Very different than 5,000 that we had before.
Yeah, Nocturus estimated 5,000, rolling a 6 in perception.
Either way, our general position doesn't seem to have changed that much to really affect temperature.
Yeah.
Getting
Doug, did we see any other plants like on our trip up here, or was it just the one?
You would have seen some other plants alike that one, especially here in the surface, close to the entrance. You have seen some other plants like that one on the outside.
Okay, if he sees that there's like more than one, he's gonna try and dig one up.
Okay.
Just like a small plant, so he doesn't really need like shovel and shit for it.
Make a nature check, I guess.
Okay. 22.
All right. You managed to as your guys are waiting for Hootie, you manage to pick some of your whatever you have. So your daggers probably dig around the earth and pluck out a little plot of land with that flower in it,
Okay.
which seems undisturbed.
So
All right.
it's getting. But what's piqued my interest is that generally underground locations don't feel immediate temperature changes. It's very subtle and takes a long time, especially with how deep we are. But it just affected us almost instantly here in the city.
Well, to be fair, we aren't necessarily underground. We're in the air. So penetration is a bit faster in that regard.
I suppose.
Not to mention, there's a lake that goes directly into the city.
Yeah, that's a good.
also true.
Yeah, that's a good transfer of heat.
But it takes water a long time to change temperature as well. The oceans are always warmer in the winter than land is.
Anyway, we're overthinking it.
I just have meteorological questions.
So, being
So
squad.
we're thinking that the seasons have, like, changed.
Yeah.
Matthias, you and you, Fel, as well, get the sense that the seasons are rapidly changing. Probably from the summer that you are experiencing to a very rapidly approaching winter.
Yeah, no, this is odd.
Oh shit.
This is bad.
This is bad, but it's good at the same time, which means the farmers will get a regular growing season.
As
But it
I,
also means that if nobody stored up food, they're fucked.
they have fish.
We're talking about everyone else.
Talking about like Nade and Shungan and Waldbach and Fell's Village and
Well, if you think about it, if plant life and the animals are coming back here, who's to say they aren't coming back everywhere? Cosme's domain is the whole world, after all.
yeah, but I'm just saying if you haven't stored food until you start to understand what is and isn't edible, it's tricky.
This is why hunters are the first ones to figure this shit out.
So, Bean Squad, after pondering on this whole conundrum for a while, you decide to go about your day, I suppose? Or is there anything else you would like to explore and investigate?
Should we tell Lachey about the sudden winter? Is that important?
You guys tell her about that. I'm gonna make arrows. Grath, you want to come and help?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
going to help.
How many
I'm going to wash
charges? How many charges refilled on the helm?
1 minute.
Is this the second or the third time I've heard Country Roads this game?
Yeah.
I think it's the third, but I'm not 100% certain.
I suppose it's time to remove,
I've got full charges.
remove the
All
sound
right.
from the playlist. So,
Remove it, dog.
the helmet is fully charged.
Yes.
I want to go see how Lowe's is doing at the library with the Centrodine. Because as far as I know, he hasn't like come before.
Okay. So all of you guys go around to your business.
I mean, I have a theory that Lowe's is just writing down magic in his book.
So,
Probably, but I still want to see.
I still am curious what happened to your card.
Oh, yeah, that too. Sean.
to expedite matters a little bit, let's just treat the next 2 days of downtime right now. So,
Yep.
for the next 2 days of downtime, waiting for the 5 minute to end, At first, you two are making arrows. Graf, Matthias, and Draco.
Yep, we're finishing up those Griffin arrows.
Okay. That's It will take you. How many feathers do you still have?
I have 11 feathers left.
All right. Go ahead. Make. Do you, Matthias, you have proficiency in nature, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so one of you, probably Graf, make a wood carving check using intelligence and with advantage, because there are nature-wise people helping you.
Ooh.
Me and Matthias, Ranger.
Yep. So make 5 such checks.
Well, I said advantage, but it didn't do it, so...
I'm gonna have to double click it.
And now, of course, it doesn't. So we'll just ignore the first one.
Okay. So that's your first. Give me 4 more checks. 23. 16. 13.
And I would like to use luck on that last one.
Sure. Go for it.
Reroll 1 as that. Oh,
Oh,
Oh no.
I suppose
2 natural ones on that one, but
we will take the 7 then.
indeed.
Alright. So on total you make 12 arrows.
12 arrows. I'm gonna give, how many do you have left?
Ones.
Just the normal +2s.
I have 4.
And there are 12?
Yes, there are 12. That's all of the arrows that's all of the feathers. You use all of them making these arrows.
Give Lilith 6, give Matthias 6.
Okay. So as you guys work that out in chat, Lilith, you go check on Loza in the library. He is alongside Washe. Both of them are discussing arcane things, and they seem to be discussing the divergences and differences between their types of nature, where the Symphodine magic seems to be innate and Loza's magic is learned, and they're discussing those differences and pondering about how to get a teleportation circle going in this city, and how would they go about doing that in the first place.
So he seems to be doing well then.
They seem to be doing well, mostly like having academic discussions, Loza talking about ways of performing the magic according to these and that books he has read and what Branislav had taught them when he was in his human form, and Washe just tells him about the feeling of what it is to just conjure up magic without overthinking it too much and feeling it more than knowing it. And those divergences give a lot of room to discussion, and they seem to be getting along well.
It was like a wizard and a sorcerer having a chat.
Yeah.
This is a wizard and a sorcerer having a lovely chat without getting to it. I'm better than you. No, I'm better.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. There's one other thing I want to do for downtime, and I want to see if anybody in the Symphodine City had any experience with the operations up north that created and distributed Silky Touch, or as it is known here, Wingman.
Make an investigation check.
Oh boy. 15.
15. You get very odd reports of people. A few people who seem to have come from, lastly from Shongen, but originally came all the way from London. Who there's like just two people who have come in contact with Wingman when it was beginning to be discussed. Apparently, Lilith, what you get is the sense that way before all of this thing happened with the Dark Brotherhood overtaking Londonland, the exiles that came to Nolyn, that were forced away from Kyria for whatever deals, they found that in here it was much harder for people to know what you were or were not doing, and someone decided to get a plantation of Silky Touch going, or not necessarily a plantation of Silky Touch, but all the other herbs that they combined to make Silky Touch. And because there was no one really going to investigate and oversee what people were planning, this group of people managed to get a plantation of those plants going, and eventually started making Silky Touch in Frostburg. And these people were mainly exiles who, as always, were shunned by everyone who did not want to have anything to do with people who were exiled, and without any other alternatives, they turned to making drugs. However, they were doing those drugs in Londonland, and then the Dark Brotherhood came, and all contact with Londonland and back in Frostburg were cut off. And these two guys never heard anything else about that ever since. And that was some 8 months ago.
So they didn't have like any connection with the current operation of it up north?
It could have had, like, someone months and months and months ago, almost a year ago, started planting the herbs to make Silky Touch all the way up over there in Frostburg. And these two guys overheard those things, did not bother to learn more about it, aside from what they already knew. They left Frostburg, went to Shongen, and then eventually the Dark Brotherhood attacked, and they never heard any more news about Frostburg and their plantations of drugs. And that was 8 months ago. So all sorts of things could have happened in that time.
Okay. I will have to wait for current information. We'll find it later.
So that's what you guys do. Noctris, are you doing anything for the remainder of these 2 days of downtime?
At the beginning of the 2 days, I want to take a couple leaves off that plant and just like leave them out to dry.
Alright,
And-
make a dexterity check as you try to pluck out the leaves from the plant.
What? Okay.
Alright. You try not to disturb this plant as you pluck out the leaves, and you seem to be doing a very good job without disturbing the plant at all.
And after he just kind of sets those somewhere to dry, I assume that I can find like herbs and oils and stuff for spell components around the city.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to purchase 1,000 gold worth of that, and I'm going to go back up to Iglebeth's tomb, and I am going to spend the 24-hour casting time of making it a hallow site.
Hallow. Oh boy.
Ooh.
Let me pull up the spell because I have no idea what it does.
I mean, you can put it in chat.
Yeah.
All right. I
okay.
was looking it up on.
It's a very long spell.
Yeah, hence why I was looking it up on D&D Beyond. So you hollow the ground with what incantation?
Well, it's going to have the first standard one, so fiends, celestials, elementals, and whatnot can't get into the area. And its secondary one is going to be Everlasting Rest, so that dead bodies in the area cannot be turned undead.
Okay. So you spend the whole day hallowing the ground of where Iglebeth has been buried. Where his tomb is, at least. And as well doing the putting the plant leaves in it.
No, that's for after. That's for like towards end of day 2.
Okay. But yeah, you hallow this ground, and as you do, it is a very lengthy process. But as you do, you just feel this warmth of knowing that a divine acknowledgement.
And yeah, Nocturus is going to be very tired and pleased with himself, so he's going to go back and try to have him a cup of tea.
With those herbs?
Made out of the leaves of the that he set out to
That
drive
new plant.
before.
Okay.
That new plant.
Please tell me it's peyote. Please tell me it's peyote.
There's gonna be some good ass drugs.
All right. So Nocturus, do you have? Oh boy. I don't think there's anything of this sort. Do you have proficiency with brewer's supply or cook utensils?
No.
Okay, enough.
I mean, you can make 2 with an herbalism kit, honestly.
Or herbalism kit.
I'm kind of surprised I don't have an herbalism kit.
Do you have proficiency with it though?
Let's see. It actually doesn't look like I have any tool proficiencies. I don't know if that's right. We could just go with the lesser. I'm not expecting this to go super well.
Okay. Fair enough. It's an experiment after all. So, Nocturus, you indeed have no proficiency with tools. So you go ahead, make a tea out of these this dried plant leaves. They seem very It is an interesting looking tea because it has darkened a bit. A lot of the color having been sapped from the leaves themselves. But those specks of white, they also separate themselves from the leaves and they float around in the cup, and it's almost like you're staring at a galaxy in a cup.
Oh, this will be good.
You're gonna be tripping balls in about 5.
You're gonna be tripping balls.
Maybe I should take off my amulet.
No, don't take off your amulet. I would at least have someone near you in case this does trip balls.
I don't think he would have, though. I really think he would have gone back and just tried this on his own. But he would have been in the area that we've all been. He wouldn't have gone out of his way to hide. So They
You
find
always
you
want to be around people. Start a trip.
So you go ahead and drink your tea, I suppose.
Yep.
All right.
Science.
Okay. So Noctris, you go ahead, get this tea. You're prepared of a plant no one knows what is or what it does, and you decide to go and take a drink. Make a Constitution saving throw. All right. You inhale it. It has a puzzling aroma. If it smells sweet, but it smells like a fruit almost. But as you try to say what fruit it is, it keeps escaping your mind, and you can never really pinpoint it out. It's always within grasp, but you can't ever really tell what fruit it is, and it frustrates the ever living shit out of you. So you decide to just shake your head and take a gulp.
It's a no fruit.
It's something. And as you take this gulp, you feel a swirl of energy within you, and it. At first, you feel like it's calming you, and you feel your body relaxing, and all the tension that you have built up from performing the ritual seems to relax, and you feel almost like if you're gonna fall asleep. But then,
Oh no.
your body starts warming up, and it keeps warming up, and you feel something churning within your stomach, and you feel like your stomach as a whole is warming up, and this warmth is expanding all throughout your body, and you feel like puking.
I mean, I'll just let it happen. I'll just puke.
Okay, so
That is the way.
I'm
Noctris,
gonna clean that up now.
instead of trying to hold it in, you decide to just barf on the floor.
Oh gosh, that's why you don't drink
Well-
random teas, buddy.
Oh God.
And just as you barf all this tea on the floor, which didn't
It
seem
looks like
to
a
agree.
galaxy.
Yeah, you barf a galaxy on the floor. This tea doesn't seem to agree with you, but just as you were just getting ready to barf, you felt a small surge of power within you, which then translates into more warmth, and then galaxy barf on the floor.
Maybe another time. He's just gonna he's gonna rest.
And on top of that, you also have a headache.
Yeah.
I'm
so-
gonna clear the barf with prestidigitation.
There you go.
Okay, I have a question.
Yep.
Lilith has experience with liquid substances that make people feel warm and or better. Is Noctris looking in any way like he has had an encounter with one of the ingredients of Silky Touch? Would I have a way of knowing that?
Make a medicine check.
Oh, good. It's a wisdom-based. 12.
It's hard to say. Noctris just seem a little bit nauseated. It doesn't look like the people who would had a dose of Silky Touch or Wingman.
Alright.
Normally, the people who use those drugs, they seem relaxed, and they seem a little distant as well. Noctris seems pretty much there, just nauseated, which isn't common at all.
One thing, if this is the night before the Fivnit ends, I mean, is this the last day of the Fivnit, I should say?
Yep.
I would give the Helm to Fell to just attune and be ready.
All right.
Thank you. I can use this.
Fel, how many items are you attuned to?
This would be my third.
Okay, there you go.
I have a logistics question here. If we're teleporting and we're bringing Safiria and the Booble, does that exceed our person limit?
By one, yes.
Does it
I
count if the
mean,
Moogle
someone
is
could go in the bag of holding for 10 seconds.
Not putting any of them in the bag of holding.
Well, it's either that or we leave one here.
I mean, I'm sure there's places here where Booba will be nice and happy for a little while.
Well, I'm pretty sure Loza would like to study him.
We give
I
it
mean,
blows that we don't dissect it.
he won't dissect it.
Doctors holds onto his booble and looks all scared now.
Yeah, he will not dissect the Booble for fear of his life.
Especially since it
Hold
actually
his breath.
heals people.
So Grath could get in the bag.
I'm not putting you in a bag of holding.
I think we'd have to empty everything out of the bag to fit a human, a medium-sized creature into it.
Okay, I have a better idea. Grath, can your parents watch the Booble while we're gone?
I suppose. I could ask.
It's Noctis's Booble. He has to decide what happens with it.
Yeah, he has to say what
After
happened.
that, we leave Saphira behind, but Saphira has grown very attached to Fel. It would probably be a bad idea to separate them.
Yeah, and leaving a quote-unquote near feral wyvern might not be the best.
Not to mention that would upset both of us greatly.
Is Noctis okay with this? I will ask.
I admit to hesitation, but if it need be done.
I explain the whole situation with Fell's village, lycanthropes. We know a few things about them.
Promise that we'd do this, and we can only take so many creatures with the helmet.
It would be a temporary thing, Chris. Not
Yeah.
like we aren't gonna come back if it means that much.
We can leave him with Groth's parents. I would prefer we keep him away from Loza. Nocturus is legit traumatized
That's
now.
It was just my random guess what it might do with a new magical creature.
I'll ask Alanis if he will take care of the Booble Nova.
So as you ask your father this, Graf, he just watches you all and says, with a look of curiosity, he's like, sure, sport, we could, yeah. But why, are you going out again somewhere?
Yes, we have to go and save Fell's village from the lycanthropes.
Help his ma and pa.
Once the sun rises, but I think that's technically tomorrow, we still need Flint and Fel to wrestle.
Alright, but we'll look
Well,
over.
if they want to wrestle right now, go right ahead.
I mean, we could get a betting thing going.
You see a look of concern appearing over Alenia's face, but he just seems to nod and smile and try not to show concern, trying to let you be an independent grown man of your own. Alright, we will take care of whatever you guys need us to do. Just be safe, please. And let us know if you need anything else.
We will.
And if nobody else is doing anything for the rest of the night, I suppose arm wrestle.
Flint and Fel need to have their challenge.
Okay. So, Fel and Flint, you both seem to find one another at a after dinner in this last night of the 15th, ready to go down with an arm wrestling match. And a lot of people have come up to watch this show that seems to be happening, because at this time a lot of people are starved for any sort of entertainment and different things. And you do notice that everyone is wearing warmer clothes, as it has indeed grown colder, even here on the inside. It is not as cold as it was on the surface, but it's still getting colder. So, yeah. Fel, Flint, the both of you sit in front of one another in a small round table.
Always been curious just how strong that robot arm of yours is.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. Want me to use the left arm?
You're the challenger. You make the rules.
Yeah, you want to see how strong this cybernetic arm of mine is? Let's do it.
All right.
Okay. So the two of you sit down, and a lot of people around you start taking bets on your friends mostly start taking bets on who will take down who. I'm not keeping track of those bets, so it's up to you to voice them out in chat, in the text chat. And yeah. Fel, Flint, if there's anything else you guys would like to say or declare before getting started.
Well, I suppose this is the thing to get me ready for taking care of my village, and I'm gonna hold you to the same vow that Lilith made.
I am a man of my word. We said that after this Fivnit shit is over, we're gonna go to your place, we're gonna clean some shit up. That's what we're gonna do.
All right. Show me how strong you are.
So with
Let's
that,
do this.
the both of you clasp hands or paws, and as you prepare to get started, someone, I suppose, comes in to mediate the match. I suppose more.
Dracon will do it. He's used to understanding the tactics.
As long as no one cheats, including Dracon.
I won't cheat. Uses mage hand to tickle Flint.
So,
Grath is going to pop Dracon.
so Draken, as you're pondering about going there, mediating the fight, Mora is about, and she has nothing better to do after being done with enchanting Graphs and Flint's band, so she's like, well, I suppose I could do this. So, are you both ready?
Ready.
Yes.
Alright, so on the count of 3, 2, 1, go. The both of you go ahead and roll an athletics check.
Ouch.
Oh no!
And Fel's over here trying to lie to me.
Somehow, yeah.
Come on. Loads better.
Okay.
Ah!
So, Flint, as you for a moment you think like, yeah, no, Fel will probably go easy on me, and maybe I should go easy on him as well. As those thoughts are crossing your mind, he does not hesitate at all. He pushes with all his might, and you almost feel, you almost hear some crackling of metal as your arm bends. Way faster than you expected it to bend, but just as it's about to cling against the table, you manage to hold back exerting all of your strength to not touch the table, and you start grunting the two of you to keep this challenge going. So go ahead and make another athletics check, the both of you.
Can I power up my arm for some extra oomph?
Sure, you sure, go ahead and roll with advantage, Flint.
You can only do that once a day, right?
Yep.
I can only do it safely once a day. If I do it any more than once a day, it gets painful.
Alright. So you decide to overpower your arm and
God, fucking what the...
try to overpower your arm and force Fell's paw back. But no, Fell not only got the head start, but as you're trying to focus on activating the overpower function of your cybernetic arm, Fell, he has no such concerns on his mind. He has one goal and one goal only, and once he's done with this goal, he's gonna go to the next goal and not think about anything else until that happens. And with such a clear goal in mind, he just focuses his strength, his key, on pushing your hand, and he clangs a loud metallic sound against the table as you just feel Flint as you lose the bet.
Well, shit.
Was that... Could we go again, or...
And Flint will shake off his metal arm and, yeah, you want to go again? Let's go again.
I feel like you weren't taking me seriously.
I think I slipped or something.
Alright. Let's do this again, then.
So the two of you
That's their 3, apparently.
clasp hands once more, and Mora, she looks at the both of you. As you lift your hand, Flint, there is a little divot on the table. Even though it's hard, solid wood, there is a divot. You lift your hand, the two of you once again clasp paws, and Mora counts down from 3. And as she finishes countings, go. Roll athletics, the two of you.
The spectrum has struck!
It's a complete reversal.
I rolled a natural 1, you rolled a natural 20.
Oh god,
The spectrum!
Once again, all of you see the same exact scene playing before your eyes, except on the other way around. Now this time is Flint who decides to stop fucking around and put all of his might and strength into pushing Fell's arm the other way around. And you, Fell, you are caught by surprise as suddenly some sort of clarity has come over Flint, who's now very concentrating on winning that money he just lost. And his Flint, your bounty hunter money mentality just kicks in, and you push and push, and you're almost touching Fell's hand on the table, but it's less than an inch short of touching the table, but he's resisted. Make another athletics check, the two of you. There you go. Fell. As you almost feel your arm getting twisted in a very bad way, you correct your stance and now start putting strength back again, pushing and pushing, and you guys' arms go almost back to the starting position, with Flint not being able to keep you from gaining ground. Roll another athletics, you two.
Alright, I'm gonna put some more arm power into this. It's gonna hurt, but I'm gonna do it.
Alright. So, Flint, once again, you overpower your arm to push. Roll with advantage. All right. So all of you now hear some whirring of some metallic whirring sounds coming from Flint's arms as it just seems to something inside of it starts spinning up and it makes a very loud high normal pitch noise that gets higher and higher, and Flint just tries to keep pushing, but Fel just keeps gaining ground and he pushes your hand, and now you're on the other side, Flint, almost having your hand brought back down to the table as you take some damage as well. You see all of you guys who are watching, you see a little bit of smoke coming out of Flint's arm, especially from his shoulder, and he winces a little bit, but he keeps pushing. Make another athletics check, the two of you. Aha! So, Fel, as you're pushing, you hear this metallic mechanic noises coming from Flint. His wincing smoke is coming out of him, and it puts you off for a moment. And that distracts you enough for him to be able to pull back your hand, and you lose this ground that you have brought yourself. And just as you're going down, you manage to catch yourself, and the two of you are back to the starting position with your hands straight on the table. Equal rounds for the both of you. Make another athletics check, you guys.
That arm's stronger than I thought.
Best technology here.
Alright. Fel, you keep pushing and pushing, and you feel like Flint is exerting an extreme amount of power on his own, and you feel like if you didn't have this belt granting you strength, he would have managed to overpower you, but you shake those thoughts and keep pushing, and for now, it does not matter who has what items. What matters is that you win this, and you gain some ground, and you almost get Flint's hand closer to the table. Make another athletics check, you guys.
I'ma burn myself some more.
Okay. Roll with advantage, Flint. Okay. So your hand, Flint, your whole arm keeps whirring and making even louder noises. The smoke that is coming out of it now starts coming from all other places and joints, and the smoke is black, and some of you don't hear, but you feel a smell of burnt, something burning, and it's very concerning. Flint, you keep hurting and hurting as you're being pushed about and around, and despite trying your best, using all of your power to win against Fel, it is not enough. As Fel, with one last push, he just managed to once again clang your hand against the table, and you lose the bet again.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, nothing I can't handle.
We need you in top shape tomorrow. I don't want you any more injured than that.
Yeah, we're gonna rest up beforehand and have my own personal Nolyn masseuse. I'll be fine.
That's, you put up a strong fight. Gotta give respect. So, offer to shake his hand.
Flint will use his right hand to shake.
So as you shake hands and the people around you exchange coins between themselves, some of you paying attention to who was betting on who, some of you not really. Money exchanges hands, you guys shake, and Fel, you feel very happy winning against Flint, but for a moment you ponder and wonder if it would not have been better to win without using these magical artifacts that you have found. Flint, you feel pain across your upper torso and the connection to your on your shoulder, the connection to your cybernetic arm. It pains you and it hurts, and you feel as you're walking away, your arm twitches on its own, and it's not a very pleasant feeling. But you manage to handle it and walk out of the dining hall with a straight face before anyone can see you flinch because of the pain.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the arm before I go to sleep.
I'm just gonna look at Flint and say, "You really thought you were gonna?"
No, I didn't think I'd win at all.
Probably would have been better with an arrow contest, honestly.
Yeah, and then it wouldn't be fair for him. He's more in-your-face kind of guy.
Yeah, but I've seen him move. You do have relatively the same dexterity.
Yeah, well, maybe.
So,
Lilith is gonna peck Fel on the cheek after that.
oh,
Oh.
so the two of you, Fel and Lilith, you go off on your own to.
I have one more question for Fel in front of the group, and that's if there's any customs of his tribe that we should follow while dealing with any of them that may be there.
I do kind of remind Fel, my whole thing is being sneaky and deceptive.
Stealth is not a problem. That's being a hunter.
I mean, I use poisons occasionally.
The pack and tribe that we are, they are known for using dirty tactics. I'm gonna hold myself to the standard of the tribe, but I don't ask that. All I ask for is your help in getting them away.
Well,
Whatever
I'm just curious if when we meet some survivors, if there's like a certain honorific we should use, or a way to speak, or I don't know, like a bow or something, because we're going into a whole new culture.
It's sorry, the thought escaped me for a moment. It's more simple, people. It's just putting your palm to your right eye and almost like an offering. Very, very simple to see, like, I acknowledge your presence.
Okay.
Alright.
But for the most part, I can do most of the talking once we get to that.
We're following your lead. You're in charge.
Yep, we're following your lead, buddy. Also, Lilith, if you have a silver dagger, you might want to give it to Nocturus in case we get into close quarters.
I don't. I have a regular dagger.
I have an extra silver dagger.
I got a silver rapier, but I don't think Flint's in the room right now.
You're gonna need that. I don't think Nocturus is proficient with martial weapons.
This was like before. This was just after the arm wrestling is when I asked this, so we'd all know.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, we're getting all our ducks in a row. I want to make sure Nocturus has something to defend himself with that will.
You all gave me a silver dagger when we were clearing out the house, but I have no need of it.
Yeah, we got magic fists now.
Yeah, both the monks have magic fists.
More simply put, yes. But
I do
these,
have proficiency with martial weapons, actually. I just looked. I was checking.
this clan, they use ambushes, they use traps, poisons, lycanthropy.
I'm good at finding traps.
Please don't underestimate.
Got it, Fel. Now, rest up. We're probably going to run into the middle of winter.
Well, it's a coming storm. I'd rather face it head on.
The music got weirdly appropriate.
It did. It's wonderful when that happens, isn't it?
For now, you're right. Everyone should rest, and we'll head there in the morning.
How is Noctis gonna take Nova? He said he had an idea.
Yes, I just recalled a spell that I can ask my lord for as I rest.
Oh, what's the spell?
I intend to put Nova into a sort of death-like state, and we can put them in the bag until the travel is over.
Is the creature still considered living, though? That's my thing.
Well, you can live in a bag of holding for like 2 minutes. Can't
Yeah,
you?
that's...
Yeah, like,
Okay.
and it's here. I'll just toss it up.
Yeah, I'm just curious what this spell does. Okay.
Yeah, faint.
So they won't need to like breathe and stuff. So if we like teleport and there's sudden disaster and stuff, we still have some wiggle room for time to get them out.
All right.
Lilith, still have that leg boning.
We do.
I can throw him in the bag of holding until then, and he won't really freak out.
Let's not put them in the bag until we're ready to go. And let's leave them in the bag.
Yes, I prefer to wait till the moment before we leave.
Yeah, of course. Well, this is... But we're ready, right?
Oh, I thought we were still night before.
Yeah, I'm just saying we have all our plans set.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been more nervous before combat, ever.
What about the dragon?
Hardly.
The dragon he was prepared to die for. This time he's going home.
True.
That's a big thing.
So, Bean Squad, you ponder about to yourselves about what's coming next, and rescuing Fels's village is your biggest priority, and you all keep that in mind. And you all go through your nightly preparations before, well, to get ready, to wake up in the first day after the Fivnit to go deal with such a problem. And during the night, Being Squad, I assume nobody does anything?
No,
Well,
just
nothing that
readying for
isn't...
the next day.
Okay.
Well, nothing that isn't PG-13 anyway.
Gotcha. So, speaking of PG-13, as you guys are preparing to have a night, Fel, you once again, when you are in the room, pondering, thinking to yourself, you look to the ceiling and once again you see the same eye looking intently at you.
What do you want? Just gonna stare, or do you have something?
The eye is just looking at you. Do you do anything?
No. Just gonna glare at it.
Alright. Make a wisdom saving throw, Fel. Fel?
Wisdom.
Yes, wisdom
Yep,
saving
sorry.
throw. Okay. So, as you look at the eye, facing it head on and somewhat angry, somewhat frustrated, the eye just seems to look at you and weirdly enough, you get the sense that this eye is sad. It looks at you with a sad look that, despite having no eyebrows, no mouth, no anything else, no facial features aside from just the eye itself, you still get the sense that it's sad. And it blinks a couple times, and as it does, a few drops fall from it, as almost as if it's tearing up. And these drops, they fall from the ceiling into the floor, creating a puddle that keeps growing in size until it's no longer just tearing, but almost making a torrent of water that starts filling the floor. This water goes towards you, almost as if intent to capture you, and it does. It wraps around you, and you seem to start sinking into it. And as you do, you look around yourself, Fel, and you do see in the very distance a very familiar face. A person, a wolf folk, similar to you. It seems to look towards you, and you recognize the face of Van, your older brother, who just looks at you far from you with a somewhat sad expression on his face. Do you do anything?
I'm going to move towards him.
Alright.
Can.
You try to move towards your brother, but as you do, it seems like every step you try to take is incredibly heavy. You try and move your legs, but they don't really move. You try to keep moving and pushing forwards, but your legs seem to not be able to carry your own weight. It's almost like you're going uphill, and this hill just keeps growing higher and higher. And your brother, he never seems to get any closer, no matter how much you exert yourself to climb and walk towards him. And after you try and spend what feels like forever trying to reach him, your brother just shakes his head and looks down to the ground, as he as well starts sinking into a puddle until he's completely submerged into this puddle,
Van, no.
and he disappears into it. And fell. You jump up, waking up and waking Lilith up as you wake up from this nightmare.
What's wrong?
Tears are just streaming down his face. Just looking like he's seen a ghost.
Well, it's just gonna hold him tight and close, and just hold him. It's okay.
Why do I have this feeling in my stomach for Julie? I'm Julie. Again.
We're going to do everything we can to help them.
I saw my brother. And he looked disappointed. Something's wrong. I don't know, but it's just this feeling. Something's wrong and I'm too late for it.
We're going to go and help them. Anything we can do, we're going to. We don't know if it's too late until we get there, but I hope it's not.
I hope I...
So,
I just got distracted with everything here and forgot the whole thing I came out here for. And my tribe suffers because of it.
We didn't have travel like we do now. We didn't have a way to get there in time. It would have taken too long. It's whatever is left when we get there, we are going to help save and rebuild. It's not going to be hopeless.
I really want.
You're afraid that we're too late because we're on the cusp of going there now. It's just your mind amplifying your fear and anxiety in your dreams. We're going to do everything we can. And we need to be rested for it.
Okay. See another one of the eyes.
They keep showing up, don't they?
Just trying.
So, as the night goes by, not the most restful for you, Fel, but something within you burns. A determination, a low-key adrenaline that helps you ignore what you're feeling to a degree, the tiredness in your body, the lack of sleep. Something inside of you helps you ignore that completely, as you just ponder and think and promise yourself that you're going to do what you can to save your village. And like that, morning comes, and everyone wakes up and gather around to go to Fel's village.
Let's do we want to head topside and see what it looks like? I mean, it's daylight now.
I don't think we should wait anymore.
I mean, at least let our eyes adjust. So we're not going, it's bright when we get out there.
Does sound like a good idea. At least get some sun adjustment into our eyes.
I was in charge.
It's all set. The thing is fully charged.
All right.
We're gonna go to the surface first and adjust our eyes, though.
It's whatever Phil decides. He's kind of piloting the.
Grath ready.
Everything you need. Everything you want done.
I'm saying we all walk to the surface and adjust our eyes, so we're not completely blind when we reach your village in the middle of the
Morning.
Still, the sun is up. That's my point. We're gonna be blind for like
Yes,
30
we get that, Dracon. We get that.
So, Phil.
I have a small plan. This helmet lets you teleport to a specific area if you're.
Yeah, and if you have an object that's from there within the past 6 months, we can teleport almost directly.
I was thinking this leg bone of my first hunt was in a very secluded area that I found. It's more than.
You can use that.
What I have is either this necklace.
Well, that necklace I made for you, technically.
The necklace would work. I already had a few teams before that.
True. I think the bone might be the way to go, though. It's more consistent.
Well, if we pull the leg bound out of her backpack,
If I guess we're gonna go topside and get our eyes adjusted for this jump.
Yep. Yes, please.
if that's
All
what you're
right.
deciding.
Yeah, it would be better. We'll do that.
So, all of you reunite, make your way to the surface, which you recognize to be 8, 9-ish in the morning as you go to the surface. And two things you'll notice is that it's frigid. It's still not freezing, but it's like just a few degrees away from freezing and not that many degrees away. All of you pick your warm clothes to put them on and look around. And the second thing you notice is that it is still dark.
Like early morning dark or pitch middle of night dark?
It's still as dark as it had been. As you look around, it's almost pitch of night dark, and then as you're looking around, pondering about that, just barely you see in the horizon a little bit of faint light, bluish light, coming out of the horizon. Way later than you would normally expect light to rise.
Oh, the seasonal change.
Yep, it's winter time.
It's winter. The day's shorter.
And it's also the first day of the new year.
Yep.
I mean, so long as it's not still Fivnet dark, we're happy, right?
Yeah, as long as there's some light.
Yeah, the light
Yeah.
is slow. The sun is slowly rising. It's starting to rise. It's still kind of dark, but you'll see that within the next hour you will be getting some light.
All right. Doug, I would like to ask.
Yep.
So my feign death spell is a ritual cast.
Sure.
Could I prepare it as we're doing like leisurely walking because its components are simple, or do you want me to just actually do the ritual before once we're in place?
Well, it's gonna take time for our eyes to adjust.
Yeah, I would say that as you guys are getting your surroundings, just taking it in, you're doing the ritual. Like as soon as you were about to get out of the dungeons, you started to prepare your ritual, and you can cast it right now if you'd like.
Okay, I'm gonna want to like hold the cast it until we're right about to leave, just to get as many seconds out as possible.
By
Less
the
than an
way,
hour.
this is tricky. Make an animal handling check, Noctis.
Can I feed them beforehand to have any sort of advantage on that?
If you have bugs on you, then yeah.
I do have bugs on me. I would be carrying them on me.
Okay.
It's a Chinese takeout carton that doesn't have rice in it.
That's it.
Doomed to fail.
That is a tree. So even though you feed the bubble your bugs, as you start casting the spell and some energy flows through your hand and you start to approach it to the bubble to perform the ritual, it instantly looks up and seems alerted, and before it has a chance to run away, you catch it to not let it run away as you're casting the spell, and you get the sense that the creature is not willing.
He's just gonna kind of groan a bit, and he's like, "I'm sorry, little one," and he's going to cast sleep on them. And I'm guessing that Booble has very little HP.
Very little.
Yeah, so I could roll 5d8, or we could just put it to sleep.
Yeah, that. Even if you just roll ones, it's a sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tiny creature. It has shitty HP. It sleeps.
And I'm just gonna turn to Fel's holding the bag of holding, right?
Yep.
Dragon.
I have it.
Oh, Dragon, I would like to stay close to you. We're going to have to pull them out immediately.
Got it. We ready? We're just gonna.
Yep.
We're just gonna drop them in. Just gonna drop them in, and then we're gonna pull them out once we're done teleporting.
Yep.
Grab them, over pull, and then we're good.
Okay.
And Doctor's gonna stuff Nova in the bag, who's asleep at least, so they're fine.
Just a note: you do not spend your spell because you did not finish casting it. The ritual.
Yeah, but I do spend the level 1 spell because I put them to sleep.
Yeah, but you don't spend a level 3.
Yeah.
So you don't spend your feign death spell. You do spend a sleep to put Nova to sleep, and then as soon as it does, you put it in the bag, close the bag, and hope to dog that it's all right. And then what are you doing next?
Getting everybody in a circle for the teleport.
All right.
As well as taking, Blow of Sand and Noctis's hand. He just wants to look at everybody and kind of. I've gotten to know all of you a lot and trust. Trust in everybody here, much similar to a second family. And I know that you're doing this just because it's a promise, but I'd also like to think you're doing. I see all of you as friends. Doing this together is just how I wanted it. Everyone ready?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Drop Booble in bag. We're ready to go now.
Let's do it. Let's teleport, and I'm guessing that's the end of it.
Not yet. You focus on the on the leg bone fell. As you do, arcane wind goes and whisks you guys away to the place where you hunted that boar, where you remember you were younger than you are now. It was very far away from your village and to a place where people normally don't go, not only because it's far from your village, but because of how close it is to the Bloodclaw village, where, as you would know, relations between your villages has never been amazing, and your elders always told you not to go hunting that far, lest they mistake you for prey and hurt you, or think that you're stealing their prey. But you fell. You trusted your instincts, your stealthiness, and the way of the hunter, and you went as close as you could to the Bloodclaw village, into possibly their hunting grounds. Snatched this boar where you got the boar leg, and you think of that location where you took the prize of your first hunt, and you feel the arcane winds around you whisking you away, and when you open your eyes, you are there. It is clearing in the middle of the forest, which is still dark, by the way, because of the sun rises in the east and you're a bit farther to the west. So it's dark. You show up in there, in the middle of this forest, in this clearing, but you know much closer to the Bloodclaw village than to your own. Apparently...
I'm going to rush to pull Booble out.
Okay.
Yeah, I pull the Booble out the second route.
Alright. So... as soon as you open your bag and think Nova, the Booble, and you put your hand in and take it out, you see that the Booble is freaking the fuck out.
Wait, what?
Don't they
It
sleep
woke
like an
up
hour?
because there was no air.
Well, it's asleep. It was asleep.
It is asleep until it takes damage, and which is theoretically starting to suffocate. Because there's no air.
Driving a bag.
I read that there was air in the bag of holding when I was looking up rules and stuff trying to figure it out. That's why
It's
I
a
was so
small amount
confused.
of air.
It's only been there for like 30 seconds.
Yeah. Well,
Still.
I'll just kind of do quick, like grabbing the dagger and slashing my hand. Basically a repeat of like the first time we interacted with them, and just kind of stick my bloody hand in their face. Just shh. It's okay.
The Booble is somewhat distraught, and as soon as it sees your cut hand approaching it plants its tiny lizard hands onto the sides of your palms and starts licking at your wound and nibbling at it a little bit. It seems relaxed a little bit now, but you can see that as you're holding it, you see that its tiny lizard heart is beating very fast. But then it starts slowing down to a steady pace.
did tell you, Noxus, that being in a bag of holding was similar to me being banished. It's not fun.
You don't take damage when you're banished.
It was suffocating because there was no air. I'm just saying you're like in this black, constricting space. It's not fun.
Anyway, Fel, any idea where we have to go now?
Well, the east is my village. Just, oh, sorry. The west is my village. The east is the Blood Claw clan.
I'm gonna send Hootie up, just to kind of keep an eye on the.
Okay, make a perception check for Hootie. As it flies up into the dark skies, looking around. There seems to be... It's hard to tell. You are in this clearing, but outside from where you are, it's kinda... There's too many trees to even see much. There, you are near a river where most animals feed, a popular hunting ground for everyone. And Hootie gets the slightest sense of movement to the east in a old road built, well, no, not built, but like paved-ish, that goes from the river into the forest and to the east towards the Blood Claw village. A little bit further into that road, there seems to be movement that Saphira seems to notice. Sorry, that Hootie seems to notice.
Movement to the east.
Who has dark vision?
Everybody but you.
Everyone but me,
I have very, very
me,
good dark
Flint,
vision.
and Grath.
I'm assuming Grath is gonna come tap us and give some people some dark vision.
Noctis can
I'm
do
good.
that too.
Yeah, I can extend that benefit to...
It
Let's
only
see.
lasts how long though?
It's 10 minutes, but you know, if it's an immediate threat sort of thing, it's
Yeah.
kind of worth it. I can extend it to 3 people.
And I know Grath can cast it on 2 people.
We'll finish the spell slots then.
I'll take it if it's just temporary, rather than waste a spell slot.
And I shall give the other one to Fel.
Yeah, I'll do Eyes of the Night on Dracon, and other 2 people want it. I'm also going to Vigilant Blessing myself.
Alright. So all of you get ready and prepare yourselves, and are you going east towards this apparently movement?
Well, I'm gonna send Hootie a bit closer to take a look first to see what it looks like.
Alright. Based on that perception check you did, are you guys moving east as well? As you're following Hootie?
I would
Well-
rather go to my village first.
Yeah, so I was thinking maybe we should go there first, assess everything, then go see if we need to raid the Blood Claw.
Okay,
Yes.
that's a better idea. I'll just have Hootie keep an eye on it and see if it moves towards us.
Alright. As you send Hootie and start moving west to go back to Fel's village, it takes a little while, but Hootie does come back with a report that it just can tell you that just as after you were out of reach, there seemed to be a lot of creatures gathered around. And that's the best you could see.
Got it. A lot of creatures. Good thing we didn't go near. It was a lot of fucking creatures, according to Hootie.
I'm gonna make sure my village is there, or if anyone's there.
I'm gonna send Hootie about 100 feet ahead of us, just keeping an eye out for anything.
Alright.
If there's anyone at my village, and help them and then the fights of the Claw Clan.
So you do spend some time moving towards your village. It's not super close from where you are. Takes you about some 2-3 hours, I'm gonna say, until you reach your village. And as you approach it, Fel, it is kind of like you remember. Lots of huts built all over the place. Some huts also built on top of trees. The river nearby. Just a little bit further ahead, you know that the river runs into the sea, and it's very tranquil, very quiet, very calm, eerily so. As you start looking around, at this point the sun has risen and the world is bathed in light again, but the sun is the sky is overcast. There is light, but there's not a sun per se.
Okay, it's like a cloudy day.
Yep, cloudy day, cloudy morning even. No signs of rain though. But as you look around in your village, Fel, it's devoid of life and devastated. Some huts are destroyed. Some things seem to have been burnt. Nobody's to be found though. But there's nothing in your village. In fact, make an investigation check, Fel.
Can I assist him?
Sure. Make an investigation check with advantage, Fel. Alright. Looking around, trying to find anything left behind, you do see that some sort of battle was waged in here, and you know your village's fighting style well enough to know how people normally go about combat, and you do know the Bloodclaw village to a degree as well, to understand what sort of combat techniques they would employ. But your knowledge of everyone's fighting techniques does not match as the evidence you find in here. You found a lot of big claw scratches in certain places, walls and trees. And you do see some blasts of what appear to be magical energy that you by now would recognize blasts of magic.
This doesn't match up. Something's wrong.
I would know this is magic, right? The sky.
You would say just like blasts of energy that does not seem to have been dealt by normal means. Wouldn't imagine that it was dealt through magic.
If Noctris saw these markings, could he examine them to try and figure out what kind of magic? He's proficient in Arcana.
Sure, make a Arcana check.
I'm gonna take it then, Fel, that the blood claws don't usually use magic, nor your own people.
No, we live off the land. No magic is.
So, Noctris, you do see several blasts that conduct to druidic spells that you're very familiar with.
Well, if they didn't have magic before, they seem to have magic now.
Yeah, I would.
You said there was Dracon. You said there was a lot of bodies over at the other village, right?
Draco?
What'd you say?
You said there was a lot of bodies over at the eastern side, yeah?
I said that there were a lot of creatures.
They were making the movement that Hootie saw.
Yeah, Hootie saw something.
I didn't think that the blood claw would make sense. They must have taken everybody in the village and brought them back to their camp.
I think we should be prepared to combat against shapeshifters and druids.
Oh, dealt with lichens once.
Salt. Alright.
So the village is just empty. Are there even like any objects left behind here? Or is it just like furniture and buildings?
Can I search some of the huts? Some of the houses?
Yeah, you
Anybody?
you have searched for all the houses. It seems like nobody was left behind. You go through every single hut, up the trees. At some point, you feel confident enough that you are alone in this area. You start calling out names, familiar names of people you have known in your day, and none of these people seem to answer. Nobody seems to answer.
Are there graves around?
Yeah, do there seem to be graves?
No graves around. Yeah, no graves, no nothing. Although, to be fair, this attack on Fel's village was not super recent. It happened about some months ago.
Okay, so any graves that were here would have been more smoothed over anyway.
We need to go back.
Looks like we gotta fight the Blood Claw.
They have to be all there. The only problem is that I don't know anything about their terrain.
It's never stopped us before.
Yeah, that's never stopped us before. We went into a blizzard. We faced a shadow dragon.
We've gone against so much without knowing the terrain or knowing anything.
You have to admit, walking blindly into danger is kind of what we're here to help you with.
For job description, isn't it? D&D adventure, walk blindly into danger.
Walk blindly
Exactly.
into
I mean,
danger.
honestly, we've done it once. We've done it multiple times before. We'll do it again.
Normally
Come
for
back to
coin,
this.
but
It
But
feels different
we'll
when
keep
they're-
this on the safe end. Once we start getting close to where you would know the Blood Claw grounds are, we'll start being a lot more sneaky as it is.
It feels
Yeah.
different. There's so many I care about from my clan at risk. Can't just be haphazard.
So, Fel, what is the plan?
I say we meet and try and go back into the Blood Claw clan, keeping an eye out for any signs of trap or abnormality.
yeah,
Alright.
I'll look out for traps. I'll look out for traps. Matthias, can you do your pass out of trace when we get close?
Yeah, we'll start doubling back to the Blood Claw clan, or at least the clearing that we teleported into.
Alright.
Of course. I mean, as long as we know where we're heading, I can also keep track of anything that looks out of place in the woods or whatever.
Yeah, I'll have Hootie in the sky keeping an eye out for us as well.
Okay. So all of you guys, you double back to close to where you appeared after using the helm of teleportation, and as you're getting closer, I imagine that by now you guys would cast your spells of abjuration and such, right?
Yep. Stealth, pass without trace.
Oh yeah.
Pass without trace.
Okay. So I would like everyone to go ahead and make a stealth check, and one of you should make a perception check with advantage.
Whoever's got the highest perception should probably do it.
I have a +7 odd.
Go ahead, then.
Why do you have disadvantage on the stealth?
Because I still had disadvantage set from that one disadvantage roll. It would be a 23. That was my first roll.
Okay. So
Lowest roll is an 11, but with pass without trace, that makes it 21.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Dracon is completely invisible.
Well, I think the lowest roll is a 12.
Yeah, that 11 is a perception roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
you're
got
making
two
it
very mediocre rolls in a row.
You have advantage on your perception.
Oh yeah. Let's hope that goes better. That does go better.
It does. So all of you super stealthy. The lowest stealth is Noctris with a 22 and Flint with a 22. So all of you guys go under the cover using the lack of sun, which is camouflaging most things, keeping low, and with Matthias' druidic magic. All of you guys keep close to the ground and start approaching those figures that Hootie had seen earlier. And as you're getting closer and closer, Fel, a shock of realization washes over you as you start
Hold on, Doug. He disconnected.
He's back.
Shit.
He's back. He's back.
As you guys move forward through the woods using the lack of sun and Matthias' druidic magic to cover your advance, Fel, you approach. You get a shock of realization as you realize where you guys are going towards. You have heard the stories that the blood.
What the hell?
And fell.
Ow.
Hell had fallen into silverware.
Are you alright, Brian?
That was me, sorry.
Okay.
I didn't fall though, I dropped something.
So,
Oh, darn it, go.
as you guys approach, you know where you are going. You have heard the stories, and especially the haunted stories that you elders used to tell, that the Blood Claw used to make dark pacts and rituals and to entities and perform sacrifices. Something that you grew up hearing, but when you became older and started having very few interactions with the Blood Claw here and there, you started thinking, nah, they couldn't practice those rituals and dark magics that people talk about. There's no way. But the place we're going, where you hear a lot of movement, is one place, a roadside altar that is known to be one such place for dark rituals and sacrifices. And Noctris, you notice a bunch of creatures further ahead. A lot of lycanthropes, seemingly performing some sort of ritual, or apparently post-ritual. Long post-ritual, because they seem to be celebrating and such. And amidst all of them, because of your very high perception, you do see that there are 3 werewolves, 2 wereboars, 1 werebear, another werewolf in the back, making some sort of a ritualistic marking on some wolf folk that is being kept captive in the back. People that resemble Fel to a degree, but the thing that you notice the most is how there is this gigantic werewolf walking around, pounding the ground as it does, shouting to all these other lycanthropes words of showing to them its power as their leader and possibly alpha. And as it moves around, you do see Noctris. You do see on the floor a wolf folk that seems completely immobile, not moving at all, doesn't seem to be breathing, markings all over its body. It seems to have bled to death. It seems like it was bloodletted as part of some ritual. And this wolf folk you see is a incredibly similar to Fel. You get the sense that it was a close family member to him.
I'm going to turn to Fel, and I'm going to make kind of a hush gesture and very softly whisper, I think some of your family may be there, so be prepared for what you're about to see.
I'm ready for a spell that can hit all of them at once.
I actually have one prepared. But in the meantime, I'm going to, after saying that, I'm going to prepare my spiritual weapon just for when combat starts.
Alright. And as Noctris relays those things to you, you feel the impulse to just jump into the fray already, but you hold back for a moment, try to peek out of the bushes, and you do see your brother Ven dead in front of an altar, and Suliek, the leader of the Bloodclaw village, much stronger and much bigger than before, and you imagine that he has undergone some sort of ritual, some ungodly ritual. And, my friends,
I'm going to scare him to
that is where we're gonna end off today's session.
Excellent way to end it.
What happened?
Shit, I'm seething right now.
What happened?
Someone
Alright,
dead,
what
Go-Go.
happened?
I am curious. 10-foot radius.
Oh shit.
Oh, his name is Ven. Is there an Aqua and a Terra around?
No, there's not.
I'm so sorry, Brian.
Well, Hantai has enough diamonds for a single raise dead, so hopefully that can happen.
You do know I'm carrying around like 500 gold worth of diamonds, right?
I actually don't have it prepared today, but apparently Raise Dead works for within 10 days, so it should be okay.
Yeah, so long as this guy hasn't died more than 10 days ago, we can bring him back.
Something tells me the bloodletting at least just happened, and they're about to do a second one.
I have I know this map. Thank you, 2-minute tabletop.
Thank you, 2-minute tabletop, and
Seems very familiar, yeah.
yeah,
I've looked at it before, thinking about how I
Oh,
can
no.
use it in the game.
Oh, and I can place a fireball and hit most of them.
I
I want to say first and foremost, I'm really sorry, Brian.
I see a couple names in there.
You do. You recognize those people. You people from your village.
Do 2 of them have the same name?
They should not have the same name.
They
no.
do. You have 2 coons.
I see 2 Kuhn Handlem.
Ah, god damn it. My thing is not working. There's some weird bug with Roll20 going on that my tokens are not working because that's not where I put Suliak. In my screen, they're in vastly different places.
Suliak's way over here. At least I assume the giant one is Suliak.
Yeah, he should be here. Where I'm pinging.
Good, even more in fireball range.
Oh well. Oh well.
I'm sure
Probably
these are
don't
going to
want
be a
to.
little more tougher than our normal lycanthropes.
You
Yeah, and
probably
with-
don't want to fireball my brother.
Yeah, probably.
Stop, he's already dead.
Yeah, we just don't want to turn to ashes because we don't have true resurrection. We only have raised dead.
I
God damn
didn't
you,
want to
Go-Go.
be mean, but Go said it.
So cool. But anyway, you guys, you found the place, and oh boy, I wonder what's gonna happen next week. Hope you guys roll very high for initiative. But thank you guys so very much for playing. To the people over on Twitch,
Doug.
yes,
We're stealth. Surprise round.
you are stealthed for now.
Round.
And to the delicious, lovely people over on Twitch, thank you guys so very much for watching. Make sure to check the replays over on YouTube and the wiki that I will be linking in a second. And have an amazing.
I am
weekend.
just in range for my first attack.
Me too.
Look at you.
I am always in range.